in the next couple days. And Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm just going to be editing my next video project because I've sorted all the footage. I've got it all sectioned off. I know what I'm going to do. I have an idea. And Wednesday, like my original plan was to just stream Tuesday, Wednesday, but Wednesday in the afternoon, I have to go to the mainland. I have to go get on a boat and go to the mainland with my stuff because I'm going on a 4-day trip. So long weekend, basically. It's more or less like a Canada Day trip. And so I will be out of the house for a couple days. So I would be only streaming a half day on Wednesday next week anyway. So it'd be like an 8-hour stream on Tuesday and then like a 3 to 4 hour stream on a Wednesday, and then I'd just be disappearing. And I kind of don't want to do that. So I think it makes more sense for me to just edit. So I'm going to just get as much editing as I can get done in that like couple day window. And then I will be back home Sunday afternoon, and then I will be back to editing. So I'm just going to try and get as much done as I can. The reason I feel comfortable doing that is because last month was pretty good based off of the dragon video. So I have the flexibility to do that this month. So thank you for that. Thanks for watching that video. Yeah, so today's the last stream for a bit, is the TLDR. And today is going to be a little bit shorter because I want to get started on editing this afternoon. So we're not going to be going for like 9 hours today or anything crazy. That's all. That's the housekeeping. That's the TLDR. What's up, Elkbird? Hello. As a side note, just because we've been talking about ads and money a little bit, I need to get back to writing on the blog. I hit a kind of negativity problem with my writing on the blog. For those of you who don't subscribe, I have a blog. It's a website. It's blindrl.com, where I write, theoretically. I also have a Patreon alternative built into that website, and people can subscribe. And if you do, I do send out unlisted links for unfinished projects that aren't publicly released yet. So if you want to see those, you could theoretically chuck any amount of money at me per month on there, and you'll get that. There's also some perks that you can get through the Twitch chat through there. But one of the things I do there is I write, and I sometimes write about things that aren't Dwarf Fortress. I've historically have written about things like other hobbies, but I've kind of fallen out of it because I got real fucking depressed over spring this year. I don't know if it was just seasonal depression or what it was, but it was like I was just not in a good space. So everything I was reading was just like a bummer, or writing was just a bummer. And so I kind of stopped. I was like, I need to not do this. I need to get back into that. So I'm going to be trying to start writing things, even if it's just like a couple of words, like 200 words on something, just so I can get that rolling again, because I kind of feel bad that I haven't done that. Well, it's not any amount. Like, there is a minimum amount. The minimum amount is like $3 a month. But it's like, that basically just covers all the fees. It's like the amount that's like, where it's actually worth sending. So, yeah, if you want to get access to that, you'll get the big projects a little bit early. Sometimes a day early. Sometimes you'll get half edits. It's that kind of stuff. But it's just blindrl.com if you want to check, if you want to go exploring. And I will be posting a notice about the no streams next week thing on there. So if you're subscribed to that newsletter, you'll just get it in your email. You don't need to make a password or anything. Like, I don't keep any information. Literally all I have is an email. Like, people can type in their name when they sign up, but you don't even need to do that. You can use whatever name you want. It's literally just a token in your browser that it remembers, and it just fires you an email once a month. That's it. So if that's something that interests you, check that out. Otherwise, let's play some Dwarfs. But first, actually, I'm just going to go open the sliding glass door in the other room so I get some fresh air coming in, because it's getting a little stuffy. I don't know. It's like around 11 a.m. here that my apartment starts to heat up. So it's about 10:30. So I'm going to go open the door. I'll be back. Okay. Let's play some Dwarf Fort. Source recording's on, and there we go. So I apologize in advance if you hear that truck backing up. There's not much I can do about it. Pebblebrain. The Fortress of Pebblebrain. I scared you. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. At least you know that you're alive. Being scared or startled is a good reminder that you are still sentient. They haven't taken that away from you yet. You still have the right to free thunk by freely bumping into a wall when you're walking in a straight line. It's like having the right to free kerplunk, which is when you walk off the gangplank. I don't know where I'm going with this. Welcome to Nonsense Fort. We've actually just attacked things. So, Stone Age challenge, TLDR. It's more of a vibe, less of a challenge. The dwarves who are in spaces of nobility are being overly cared for with meticulously specific bedrooms. I think I'm going to burrow them today to keep them safer. The actual fortress itself is 2 main entryways. So on the left side and the right side, on both sides of this very large river. I kind of want to round this off so it looks a little nicer, I'll be honest. But it goes up, 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 and it is actually open to the surface here. So this is a bit of a threat, but I'm doing my best to defend it with some ways that you'll see in a second here. So up here, I do have this wall, and I'm going to probably extend that to over here, which ideally will make it harder for baddies to, just climb up and in. I think probably something else I'm going to do is build stairs up here so that I can extend this wall, so it'll be a little bit harder, and I'm also going to need to put an overhang up top here and get rid of some of these trees. Over here, these are actually roads, but I've set them to be invisible, so they just look like sand. I think they look a little bit nicer than having the gray brick roads around the edges. This is my refuse stockpile currently. Something that we are not doing in this fortress is farming. So I have no farms right now. All of the food that we have is coming from my livestock and the trees. We're actually using orchard farming. So if I go here, you can see that we have a gather fruit zone with the step ladders enabled, the gather fruit enabled, and the fallen fruit enabled. So although I am limiting the dwarves that can actually do the task just so that it doesn't completely eat up all my tasks, I should probably add some more in. But these dwarves, when there's fruit available, they do run up to the surface and they gather fruit. So that's quite important. Up here we have 1 dormitory, and then down in here we have some dinosaurs, which I recently caught because they wandered into the map. And I'm hoping that they're going to make us some eggs, so I'm keeping an eye on these boxes, as well as their training levels. Down here, we've got this aquifer, which filled up our well, which goes all the way over here into my well. It stops the pressure with this diagonal here, which then goes down another couple levels, and the well is right there. So this dwarf here, who's giving water to something, don't know what, is working out of that. Over here, I have a bronze colossus, which is in front of these bolt throwers, which I am filling up with bone bolts so they can train siege works. We have some artifacts that are hidden behind this. And for the details of the Stone Age thing, so dwarves who are nobles get bedrooms, nobody else does. And for weapons, I'm only allowed to use leather armor and blunt weapons. I'm allowing bolts, but I'm not going to be using any sharp metal for bolts. So it's just going to be bone bolts, wood bolts, and maybe silver. I haven't really thought about that. Currently, it's just bone and wood. And that's it. It's not an Untamed Wilds map because the last few I did were varying levels of Untamed Wilds. I just didn't want to deal with agitation. This was the original fort, which was mostly above ground. I still have my manager sleeping out here, so maybe the first thing we're going to do actually is get my manager inside. I was making some space back there, probably as part of the manager. I think I'm going to put the manager up here, though. This is the majority of my nobles. We do have this lovely little outdoor temple, which I'm very happy with. We've got several other temples. And Pebble, who is kind of the dwarf who's running this fortress, they were the second expedition leader. The first one, unfortunately, got flung directly into a pond and drowned. But this one, who's currently reading Uncovering the Monastery, this dwarf never feels discouraged and is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind, regardless of its merits. This dwarf is, in fact, a baron. They were my expedition leader. They've been promoted to barony, and their bedroom is already satisfactory. Or sorry, their throne room is already satisfactory, which I'm actually kind of shocked by. But I'm in the process of upgrading all of that. They need a tomb. They need some more armor stands and furniture. They're also my chief medical dwarf. But Pebble ended up standing out to me because Pebble never feels discouraged and is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. She's quick to anger, she's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, curious and eager to learn, often feels lustful, and she has a greedy streak. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She is a friendly individual and not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. She is often nervous, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and inhales sharply when she's angry. Additionally, she dreams of ruling the world and believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time, truly values merrymaking and parties, sees power over others as something to strive for, and treasures independence. She finds romance distasteful, values family, believes it is important to conceal emotions, and of course to refrain from complaining, and values tranquility and a peaceful day. She's also married to Soap Goat, or in love with Soap Goat. Soap Goat is my captain of the guard and is pissed at everything and grouchy about everything, which I kind of love. We're in an ad break, so I will let that ad run on there. We'll continue babbling. Mind, it's good to see you. I hope you're not in an ad, and I hope you heard me say hello. But as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. I do make the majority of my money because people throw money at me. So if you happen to have a Prime sub, consider using it here on twitch.tv/blindrill. Blindrill. Blinderl. Any dwarf? Can do, thank you. Beard or no beard? Will I use obsidian swords? If I start making obsidian, yeah. I was thinking about just, like, going out of my way to make some. I haven't seen any obsidian. But if I, like, start making obsidian, yeah, sure. I'll make obsidian swords. I'm using, like, maces right now, which are better than obsidian swords, but not by much. Honestly, obsidian swords just kind of look cool, so I might use them just based on that. And Darut as well. Thank you very much for the 11 months. Welcome back. But this dwarf I really like. He is kind of the polar opposite of his lover. He is in a constant state of internal rage. He's incredibly calm. He has an incredibly calm demeanor. He does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, is very greedy, is a pessimist, and feels a strong need to pay back favors done for him. He thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and is often cheerful. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and is brave in the face of imminent danger and finds helping others emotionally rewarding, but he speaks deliberately when he's annoyed and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Something that's interesting about this dwarf is this dwarf has two states of being. Satisfied and happy, and outraged. This dwarf gets very easily angered, and I find that kind of fascinating. Like, it's not super often I notice dwarves that just have, like, an anger management problem, but a lot of the dwarves in this faction do. So, chat, can I get a round of beers for Darut, keeping that sub alive for 11 months? And let's get a dwarf named up for Linku after I read through the dwarves that are already named. Additionally, if you're watching on the YouTube stream, the first person to put 3 pickaxe emojis into the chat can get a dwarf named after them. We got TB, we've got Soap Goat, Blood Jacula. We do actually have a vampire in the fort, and I thought it was Blood Jacula for a minute there because I was like, well, that's going to be the vampire. We've got Darius, we've got Terminal Wetness, we got Larishka, Magnus, Dastot, who's chained up. This is the vampire. We've got Captain Ahib, who has moved from a fisher dwarf to a hunter. Actually, should I do fishing in this fort? Would it fit? I can. There's nothing really stopping me. We got Merkles. We've got Wolfist Wolf. We've got Jay. We've got Darut, who's the first evil, which is a good name. We've got Miles. We've got Ranger Rick. We've got Stodier, who's the Holy Canyon as well. And we've got Croson. We've got Rolf. We've got Eric. Pebbles, of course, God of Pebbles. and the Great Baron of the Fortress. We've also got Stormwolf and Mohreb, as well as Brutal Pebble, who 1v1'd a... So we got attacked by a were creature, and the were creature then turned back into a human, and Brutal Pebble chased that creature all the way across the map twice, trying to beat that human to death, and they haven't come back yet. So I figured that the incredible dedication to the cause of punching the ever-living shit out of that human was worth a nickname. And then down in the kids section, we've got Corey No Pants as opposed to Corey Fancy Pants, because Corey No Pants is a baby, and so No Pants because baby. We've also got Zortos, who's pissed off. I'm trying to rehabilitate my kids. I've stopped them from doing labors, so we're working on that. Yeah, you got promoted from Trifle to Evil. The Trifle is now Terminal Wetness. Speaking of terminally wet, I need to name Linku, who just wants a dwarf with beard. Congratulations, Linku, you are now the manager. And apparently a competent swords dwarf. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility to be to be preferable to tumult conceptually, though he is disturbed by this since he finds a good fist, since he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings, often feels envious of others, and tries to keep things orderly. He is slow to trust others, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. Of course, he is troubled by this because he dislikes the natural places of the world. It's like, it's so, you're like, Werner Herzog. It's so beautiful, and I love it, but they're all in pain. The screaming. You can't escape it. Anyway, he is given to flights of fancy and has a noticeable lack of perseverance and prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible. He scratches his nose when he's nervous, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He mutters under his breath when he's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He is corpulent and has a very long beard, which is braided, and his wife is Dobar, who's in the military, and they have 2 children, Feb and the now no longer with us. Actually, I think they're both no longer with us. So both of your children are dead. Sorry. One got eaten by a vampire, and then the other one... got killed by a were creature. Yeah. My condolences. Anyway, after being afraid after experiencing trauma, geez, I wonder why. He mulled over his recurring memory and allowed him to rethink the intellectual values and changed his personal tendencies. Pain in the Sky. Would you like a beard or no beard? And, Dogma, you can have this statue. To the great big fortress in the sky? Are you sure it's not the great big tree up north? Or the farm? Or the goblin fortress down below? Anyway. I have some child soldiers. Not really. I can choose. All right. Happiest unnamed dwarf it be. No, Pie. I'll just call you Pie. Pie. Gift inked. Almost never feels discouraged, can be very optimistic and happy, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much. She dreams of raising a family and truly values merrymaking and parties and values tradition. She likes electrum, wax, opal, and the color peach, breastplates, quivers, and amulets, and catapult parts and goats for their eating habits. The words of the Festival of Pantomiming, and when possible, prefers to consume strawberry and teff flour, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Well, it's time for us to beautyify up. down here. Let's get to it. I don't remember if I've traded or not, so I'm going to go check. Genuinely, I do not actually remember. Fish? What about fish? Did you see a lungfish or something? So is there anything else I need to fill you guys in on? You hope they don't end up in the circus? I don't really have much plans to go into the circus, purely because, like... Oopsies. I should just say you didn't know orders. The last fortress that I mean, not the last fortress, but recently I've gone to the circus quite a bit, and so it's one of those, like, kind of once I've done it, yeah, okay, we've already traded with you, and we've already traded with you, sweet. That's something I do, like, maybe every 5 forts. Like, I kind of can't do that constantly. All right, so I need to make more bone bolts. Just period. Oh, yeah, hopefully the children didn't end up in the circus. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I understand that. All right, so I'm thinking it would make sense. Like, right now, Pebble is over here, and Pebble's spaces are right here. I'm thinking this could become the managers, and Pebble's going to move over here. So that's what we're going to do, I think. Pebble can get... Although I'm just going to cut out, like, this whole wall here. All this space. And I'm thinking maybe, like, here as well. But let's just cut off these corners a little bit so it's a little bit easier to keep looking nice. So Pebble's first room is going to go right there, I'm thinking. We'll use claystone because I like the color of it. Down beneath is the tavern, which actually I'm quite happy with. This layer I'm really quite happy with. We've got a little temple. We've got this rather unfinished guild hall, or other additional temple, rather, not guild hall. And then one layer up, or down, rather, is where we're currently building, and this is one layer further down. So this may be one of my favorite layers in this fortress at the minute. We got this little temple, we got this little temple, and then I've got the tavern. And then this area that I'm filling in slowly, which is probably going to be the layer below battlements, but I don't have, like, you know, an exact result for that. But since it's Saturday, chat, how's your weekend been? And this is where my vampire lives right now. She's just, like, getting sprayed by water constantly. What you guys been up to? Do anything fun? Got any fun plans for the weekend? I know it's, like, for a lot of you last weekend, or for me, last week, was a holiday, so I realize most people are either probably recovering from holiday or, like, you know, coming down from holiday in a way. Hooked into Kenshi lately? Is Kenshi still getting updates? Because I know that they've, like, completely diverted primary development to Kenshi 2. It's like, what is the status of Kenshi updates? Curious as to what they're hauling. It's probably trees, right? Probably logs. Yeah, okay. I'm going to jump... to here, because this is my wood stockpile, and I'm just going to put 6 wheelbarrows right there, which will minimize the number of dwarves actively hauling. So they'll just put 6 wheelbarrows right here, because I do have a bunch of those. And then instead of them all manually hauling one at a time, they'll just... only 6 dwarves will use the wheelbarrows. So that'll actually, like, slow down the number of dwarves. There's something rotting here. What is that? What is rotting? Do I have an automated totem job? That sounds like an innuendo for something. I don't. Make totem. If there is 10 totemable body part. Yes, that. Some migrants have arrived. Excellent. So we have done some recent attacking of the baddies. And by baddies, I mean goblins. I'm thinking I'm going to let them attack me once, and then I'm just going to go demand peace. That's kind of my plan. Not official ones. Modding just exploded with the new plugin that was developed. Oh, so they're doing the banished style of development where you go, we're not officially working on this anymore, but we'll expand modding support? Or is that like fan-made modding support? I guess what I'm asking is like, is the plugin an official plugin or not? Regardless, that's cool. Fan-made? Oh, okay, cool. Nifty. I really want to, like, Kenshi 2 is one of those projects that I'm fascinated by. And would love to see succeed, of course, but... Because it's like, that must... You know, I was thinking about this recently just with, like, the state of the games industry. That's really exciting. Pebble is, God of Pebbles is possessed and is making a pebble. I mean, artifact. So that's exciting. We get to have our barrenness gets to make us an artifact. But just because of, like, the state of games, I've been thinking about this a little bit recently. There was pretty much an open secret that there is a Fallout remaster for Fallout 3 in the works, not being made by Bethesda Game Studios. Because, like, footage has, like, leaked out of that. We don't know who's working on it. We don't know if it's still being worked on. But, like, it's pretty much an open secret that that's a thing that exists. And it got me thinking, regardless of if that project is still happening, what do you think is a scarier job to have right now in the games industry? Working for Bethesda Game Studios and trying to follow up Starfield? And also, like, make something that's like, because a memo just went out to Bethesda Game Studios last week. It was like on Tuesday or something. That was, might have been Monday this past week. That was basically stating, like, we need to focus on successful franchises. And the joke in my head immediately was like, okay, I guess they're just going to port Skyrim every 6 months for all eternity. But, like, yeah, no, lots of stuff is happening. But what is a scarier thing to be working on right now? Working for Bethesda Game Studios with this current status of Microsoft? Because, like, if the next Bethesda game comes out and it flops, I'm genuinely scared about that for the future of that studio. Or working for Rockstar, trying to follow up Grand Theft Auto. Because that could be the most successful game of all time and still be a failure. I don't know what's scarier. Most people will be laid off even if the game succeeds. Certainly. Yeah, like that, and that's what's spooky about it. I mean, there's only one person working on maintaining the id Tech engine now, which is bonkers to me. Working on a live service game? I mean, sure. I mean, probably the people working on fair games are, like, on less sturdy grounds, but... No, I mean, like, franchise that, like, has to succeed for the studio to continue existing. Like, sure, here's the thing, right? GTA 6, not 5, GTA 6 could be, like, a complete failure and still make money, right? But it still can't be a complete failure. I feel like I'm kind of... I don't know if I'm really making my point, but... Like, it could sell as well as Red Dead 2 and be a failure. Miss Off. Hello, Miss Off. It's good to see you. Welcome to the channel. By like a 55 to 45 margin? I guess so. Tell Rockstar actually has a failure. Everything they've done seems to sell 1 billion copies. It's not that many, but still. I mean, it's what, the most profitable media property, period. Okay, so our Baron has begun her artifact. She's got orange wood logs, resin opals, black bronze, and sheep's wool cloth. Well, whatever that is, it's going to need to go in her throne room. Let's just do a ring of marble. And then maybe like some like nice hardwood avocado floor impressions. You know, I kind of don't think they're going to close down GTA 5's online servers. I think GTA 5's online servers is just going to one day turn into GTA 6 online servers. This is me speculating. And you can import your character to the new world if you want. And it would just make your character look the same. And it would be like, you're moving, so you have to sell most of your stuff. What do you want to keep? And then you move. Like, to me, like, that's the only way to actually do that with any, like, real reliability. Optimistic? I mean, I'm not really being optimistic here. I kind of don't care, but that seems like the only way to do it. I mean, sure, they'll turn those servers off, but like you need to convert that player base. Otherwise, it's going to be a EverQuest 2 situation or worse. Didn't they, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they buy 5M? Like the people that made 5M? Or am I like conflating that with something else? Like I could have sworn that Rockstar bought the people that made 5M. Now I need to like go and look through Rockstar's like long-term development history and see if they've ever actually made a development failure. Because YouTube chat says, until Rockstar actually has a failure, everything they've done seems to sell like 1 billion copies. Like, how well did table tennis do? You know? Like, how well did... I was going to say Rock and Roll Racing, but no, that was Blizzard. Like, I'm sure they've developed a failure, but for 6M, it's called to exist. GTA 6 has no release on PC first. Well, I mean, they've never released one first on PC. Like, they've never done that. Also, 5M doesn't make them money. They probably... Corporate level Rockstar probably doesn't like the existence of 5M's popularity. Because they probably see it as, like, taking potential money away from them. So I think they want to have a for-sale version. You know, it's like the Minecraft Java versus Minecraft Bedrock. It's like Minecraft would be a much more profitable entity if Java didn't exist, but historically they have to let Java exist. Evel Knievel video... They made an Evel Knievel video game? For the Game Boy Color? The worst game for the Game Boy Color, certified IGN. Man, it must have been pretty bad then. Jeez. Huh. Okay. Good to know. Thank you very much for sharing, Wolfus Wolf. I need doors. What do I have for bars? Lead doors it is. I really liked Max Payne 1 and 2, but didn't finish Max Payne 3.
Hope you're all having a good Saturday.
A Metalsmith's Guild has been established. Well, that's exciting. So this right here is going to be Pebble's bedroom. Even though Pebble currently already has quarters. These are Pebble's quarters. Pebble's going to be removed from them. And the manager's Linku is going to move there. And Linku is going to move here. And I'm going to go above ground to up here and get rid of these, because you no longer live up here. Got this kind of little slowly becoming dilapidated half fortress that's getting unbuilt. Yeah, it had less of the vibe, capital V, of the first two. Corey Fancy Pants, thanks for the 8 months. But so far, yeah, no complaints about the Saturday. I woke up mostly on time. I kind of slept through my alarm for a bit, so I was a little bit alarmed when I woke up. I woke up about 30 minutes later than I normally do, so I was a little bit rushed, but... Pebble, the god of pebbles and baroness of the fortress, has created Alod Borlum, an orange wood crutch. Okay, it's not what I was expecting. She is the chief medical dwarf and claims it as a personal treasure. Well, I suppose... Chat, okay. Her personal treasure. Office, bedroom, or dining room? Where should I put it? What do you think? One for office, one for bedroom, 2 for office. Will I help you learn Dwarf Fortress and read aloud your funny learning experiences? I mean, maybe, but I'm not going to guarantee you all of that. That's not really how this transaction works. Accidental in YouTube chat. The way this transaction works, if you subscribe to me, and by that I mean pay me money, I will read things if I see them and if I feel like reading them. I won't if I don't. And that's that, basically. So if you want to subscribe to me, it's because you like my work, not because I'm guaranteeing you anything in response. Can you be the ace snake? I don't know why you would want that, but if you want an unremarkable character that's not going to do much of value, then sure. G-Funk. You sound like a character from, like, Jet Set. Anyway, G-Funk is, thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, evidently, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and acts with little determination and confidence. He tends to hang on to grievances. Congratulations, aka G-Funk. I hope that the Funky G is successfully funked. Just making sure these are all maintaining their training. Oopsies. Wrong button. She would like to show her office as a former doctor. Well, I mean, she's still the chief medical doctor. I haven't decided if I want to remove her from that task, but okay, sure. We'll do it in the office. But, so I guess to elaborate a wee bit, Accidental Birth, if you choose to subscribe to me either on YouTube just to get notifications or financially, all that I promise in return is I will continue doing what I do. And if that includes reading something that you write once in a while, I'll read it. But I will not personally teach you to play Dwarf Fortress, and I will not personally guarantee that I will read out every message you type from here on out, because that is an unreasonable, like, transaction to expect. Because believe it or not, there are hundreds of people watching, and I read what I can when I see it. I am using DF hack. You're just dense. That one was missed. It's fine. I'll just smooth it for right now. Don't really want a wood chair. So I'll have to make you a better chair alternative. Let's just make one. Do I not have? Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. They also like tried to obliterate like all modding for GTA 5 Mouse Soldier. Like, I have no faith in Rockstar to do anything that's like consumer forward facing, but that's got more to do with their parent company than them specifically. Vertical bars, what do I got? I require more galena. Let's go down to this cavern layer and grab some more galena. That's coal. Indigo tourmaline. Let's mine out that. It's coal. All right, continue. Yeah, that's the part of history that I think a lot of people have forgotten, is where they actually came from. You know, fiduciary duties and all that. Alfie Bean. You just ran a brook through the fortress using my guide? Hell yeah, man. So the old UI wasn't a UI, Chunky G-Rai. It was a list of hotkeys. So the game has a UI now. So objectively, the new UI is categorically better in all aspects. I think it's a silly discussion to have because the old UI is no longer a thing that exists and no longer is really worth talking about. I don't miss it because I don't have to explain to people what I'm doing all the time. It's much easier to naturally tell people, show people visually what's happening by moving a mouse around than it is to talk about, I'm doing this. This is so much nicer. So do I like, which UI do I like more? This one, duh. Because I'm saying, is there some nostalgia for the old one? Sure, but like it's not really relevant. Ice cream sandwiches are like crack. Counterpoint, get diabetes. Then it will just feel like pain. Okay, Pebbles, you get this as your office. And crutch. We'll stick your artifact crutch here. Actually, I feel like ice cream sandwiches would be something that you could just gum. You know, like I feel like you'd be able to eat an ice cream sandwich without teeth. That seems pretty reasonable to me. Maybe not the most pleasant thing, but I don't think you need like no teeth to like dislike ice cream sandwiches. I feel like the enjoyment of ice cream sandwiches can happen independently of teeth. This is an orange wood crutch. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with black bronze and decorated with sheep wool. This object menaces with... I clicked accidentally. This object menaces with spikes of orange wood and resin opal. I probably could have just guessed that, but... If you allowed yourself to eat as much ice cream as I want when there's a heat wave, that's totally fair. I feel like when I have ice cream sandwiches in my freezer, they just don't ever get eaten, and then they get freezer burnt, and I throw them out. Because, like, ice cream doesn't really get freezer burnt, but the ice cream sandwiches do, because, like, the cookies do. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll make cookie dough, and I will just keep that around in the freezer. And then sometimes I will purchase ice cream. And then when I feel as though I want ice cream sandwiches, then I will go out of my way to just make cookies and then put the ice cream on the sandwiches. So I will do that sometimes. But I try not to go too heavily out of my way to purchase ice cream sandwiches. Just because they're not very good for me. Haven't had an ice cream sandwich in so long. Maybe now's the time to change that. Maybe now's not the time to change that. Who am I to say? Who can say? What do I know? So as far as the Baron, she's very satisfied with her bedroom, and she says she's satisfied with her office. She actually isn't. She needs a table and a chair in here for it to be functional. So right now it's not functional. And then I will put her dining room, I'm thinking like over here maybe, because I need to build this wall back in anyway. Am I making blocks right now? I am, but we're kind of out of claystone. It's all shale. This is kind of where the claystone is. This is also kind of claystone. Why don't I... go down a layer here. Just dig out all this. I don't really want to put a weak point above the fortress. So if we go down there, we can just dig all that out, and that'll be pretty fine and dindy. Chat, what's a food stuff that you had a lot as a kid? This is what you call artificial interaction, when chat's a little lurky and the streamer goes, I need to make a conversation here out of nothing. What's a food stuff that you had as a kid that you, like, kind of despise now as an adult? Because for me, I gotta be honest. Not ice cream, but most childhood desserts I think are kind of gross now. Bananas? Interesting. Get you over here. Going to get... yeah, we'll just leave it as is. So many bone bolts happening. So many. So many totems as well. There you go, you get that done. Instant ramen. I don't think I ever liked instant ramen. Personally. Like I don't think I've ever really truly enjoyed instant ramen. I feel like instant ramen was something that was like inflicted on me, that like I kind of didn't have a choice and just kind of had to eat because it was like partially because it was there, but also like yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I ever really had a choice as to whether or not I wanted to eat instant ramen. It was just, well, this is something I eat now. So they'll dig out these top bits up here and then head back upstairs. Basically leave the rest of this. I do need to go over to that, though, and mine this. There's also a bunch of stuff up here that I could mine, but I should be careful. I'm leaving this, like, pretty open to Forgotten Beasts, but I'm trying to not be, like, dumb with it. I would, assuming you have a commander, just click on their names and just remove them from the squad. There's a few things that could happen, and then keep an eye out and see if they come back as part of a migrant wave in the future, which also could happen. And is, like, kind of likely, even, to happen. This dwarf wants to fight and wants martial training. You want to learn something, be creative and extravagant. You dream of mastering a skill. Oopsies. Didn't mean to close that so quickly, but... Let's get these 3 dwarves, these 3 squads up here training. Get the top 2 up there. Get the bottom 1 down here. Which they already are. Sweet. They will probably return as part of a migrant wave. The only way to really know what happened to them is by, like, consulting legends, which might give you more information, but also might not. Because there's a few different things that can cause that to happen. One of the things that I find often can cause that to happen is if a dwarf becomes a religious leader while they're off map. What is this game? Dwarf Fortress is this game. Raw Oscar Mayer hot dogs with ketchup. You know, I like sausages in hot dog buns. I actually couldn't tell you the last time I had a hot dog. Like, just a hot dog. In a hot dog bun. Like, I've had sausages in hot dog buns, but I kind of think of that as a different thing. Maybe I'm off base with that, but... Oh, something else that we're doing in this fort is we are pressing olives and making olive oil. So having a little bit of fun with that. Making some pretty fancy foodstuffs out of oranges, durians, and avocados. You know, actually, I'd eat whatever that is. That sounds delicious. I could fuck with that. Sounds tasty. I don't know about you, Chad, but certainly sounds tasty. I just need a little bit more claystone for these walls so I can be consistent. There we go. Got a few more. Oh boy. A weru named Bushbell Becca Desiliger Ethrith has come. A large kangaroo, twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for both flesh and also blood, and its eyes glow a violet. Its sandy taupe hair is long and wavy. You will know how you fear the night. Well, that's spooky. I hope most of the doors are inside hauling stuff, not outside hauling stuff. Uh-oh. Okay, well, there's good news and bad news here, Chad. The good news is it is in firing range of my firing squad. And also seemingly pretty far away from the very soft bodies of my dwarves. The bad news is it can see my dwarves. So I'm gonna see if I can pull this. This might be a mistake, but I'm gonna see if I can pull this. It's currently pretending it's in the Matrix and is reenacting Path of Neo and doing its best to dodge all of these bolts, which are being fired by the dwarves, which are elephant bone bolts. Now, some of these dwarves are actually pretty skilled marks dwarves because I had them training on, it's firing them. Because I had them training on the Bronze Colossus. So this might actually end pretty well. I'm tentatively optimistic at the moment that it won't make it into the fort before the bridge closes. If it keeps dodging, we have higher chance of it not making it into the fort before the bridge closes. And oh god, it's made it into the fort and the bridge is still open. I'm gonna go cancel that. Now, to reiterate, this could end well for us. This could also end very poorly. It is seriously injured, and moving towards the majority of the dwarves. I'm also going to move the militia down here to help block it off at the entrance while the dwarves continue to fire bolts. It is bleeding still, somehow, even though we're literally just using bone bolts, and now I need to watch it and see what it does. It grabs a boyar by the right ear with its upper arm and throws the boyar. You? Whee! Oh, not very far. And then misses. Well, that's good. That it missed. I'm going to tell the Marks dwarves to move over, seeing as they no longer have line of sight and are now just shooting the back of a wall. Scratches the boyar. Uh-oh. Punches. Takes the boyar down by the sheepwool's sock and the rare kangaroo's upper arm. The human maceman strikes the... Oh, hey! That monster hunter that I've had for forever, who I forgot existed, is doing some work, probably. The human maceman strikes the kangaroo in the left hand, not the left head, bruising the skin, where the wereroo releases the grip, and bites the cook in the upper body, bruising the fat. That's fine. So this dwarf just got bit. But because they're wearing a leather dress, and because, I don't know, it's got a weak jaw, it has teeth, so because it didn't draw blood, Cookie here is fine. Just pro tip. The Holy Canyon punches the were-kangaroo in the upper body with her left hand. The were-kangaroo grabs the weaver by the lower right leg. The bone carver punches the were-kangaroo in the left upper leg with her left hand, bruising the fat. The were-kangaroo bites the weaver in the lower leg, tearing the muscle. Latches on firmly. Weaver. Lever to weaver. Well, that one we got a mark. The Holy Canyon misses. But, you know, we're not normal civilized dwarves. Maybe we can take advantage of this weaver if they don't die horribly. An artery has been opened in the right lower leg, which has been opened by attack. Many nerves have been severed. A ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The boyar misses the were-kangaroo. The were-kangaroo shakes the dwarf around by the lower leg. The cook punches the were-kangaroo. The were-kangaroo shakes the dwarf around, continuing to shake. Shake, 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 shake it. Bites the dwarf again, this time through the cave spider silk dress, latches on firmly, gets kicked, shakes. At least you're just biting the same dwarf. Oh, now you bite the bone carver, which tears the muscle, including the internal organs. That's two Rue. I mean, okay, so if these dwarves don't die, why don't we try and weaponize some were creatures? Why don't we? The were-kangaroo shakes the Rue around by the lower body, tearing apart the lower body's fat and tearing apart the lower spine's nervous tissue. The were-kangaroo shakes the Rue around by the lower body. I have improved my fighting, says the were-kangaroo. That is satisfying. Moved up to proficient. Shakes that newly converted dwarf around. Continues to miss. Attacks, miss. Boyar attacks, but rolls away. The were-kangaroo grabs the dwarf again. They continue to punch it. It's now doing wrestling moves. Bends the dwarf's arm, and it collapses. Owie. Gets punched. A mason grabs it by the first toe. They're wrestling. It seems to be mostly down, but it's grabbing a cook now in the second toe, but misses. Probably tried to bite. Bites the cook. That's another one. Oh, it only bruised, so you're fine. Where? Oh, I was gonna say, where it go? There it is. Messenger punches it, throws the cook around, bites the cook in the right lower arm, tearing the muscle. Well, there you go. Bites the messenger in the right hand. I'm sorry, Mangus. Just got bit. Is what happened, Sulgar. Because you're the messenger. You got bit in the right hand. Our kangaroo bites you again. Breaks the grip. Grabs. Bites the boyer. Boyer, boyer, boyer. Nerves have been severed. Bites them again. This is actually a pretty bad one. This is actually a pretty bad one. Where kangaroo grabs the captain of the guard. No! By the neck! Cappy, please. Hang in there. Don't lose your neck. That's important. Tell it to give you your neck back. Captain of the guard struggles in vain against the grip of the were-kangaroo's left upper arm. The were-kangaroo scratches the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard punches the were-kangaroo in the head, bruising the muscle. It scratches the captain of the guard. He punches it again, misses the were-kangaroo. The were-kangaroo throws the captain of the guard and misses the captain of the guard. Flying elephant bolt strikes the were-kangaroo in the lower body, bruising the guts. Scratches the captain of the guard in the right foot. Captain of the guard punches the were-kangaroo. Captain of the guard punches the were-kangaroo again, scrambles away. Bolts are flying from up north. It's literally just Magnus now who's punching it, even though he's been bit, which tore the fat. It's dodging bolts now, which is really what we need. Damn it. This is brutal, chat. This is brutal. So currently we are up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 infected. That's almost a full squad. Kind of fun. Also, this creature dreams of ruling the world. Who are you, monster? 54 kills. So this is a Stone Age fortress. I'm trying to figure out a bit of wordplay to say, instead of guerrilla warfare, where kangaroo warfare? Where kangaroo affair? That's all I got. But like, I guess the question is, I need to start thinking of ideas on how I can weaponize this. Well, I have some ideas, but I need to put this into practice quickly. The were-kangaroo bends the Craftsdwarf's lower arm with the were-kangaroo's left upper leg. The right elbow collapses. The metalcrafter punches the human in the upper arm with her left hand. Human Maceman strikes it. Metal Crafter strikes it. They strike it. Oh, it's a human again. And the human says, I must withdraw. Beat the shit out of him. Goodbye, creature. You monster. All right, so the common candles is going to be called the Curse. The Curse of the common, the Curse of Biting is what we're going to call this squad. I'm going to type in the word rue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did you get bit? Wolfist Wolf? Bends, grabs, attacks. So you got injured, but you're not infected. So if you want a list of the stones that are lava safe in game, go to stone use. The ones with check marks are. So I will just say this. No, it is not. But you don't need the wiki. Also, the wiki's down? Chat. Is the wiki down? Go check. Do were-dwarves fight each other? Yes, if they are different species of were-dwarves. No, if they are the same species of were-dwarves. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go right here. Except set this as priority numero uno. We're going to go stick him here. .404 error? Weird. Deleted? What do you mean by deleted? Yeah, it does look like it's down. I'm getting a 404 too. Well, I'm sure it'll be back up. I wouldn't be too worried about that. But please, if somebody could pop into the KitFox Discord and be like, yo, wiki's down, please fix. That'd be cool. It's always generally a good thing. Well, I mean, that just means the server's not accessible. It doesn't mean it's been deleted. Like, that's probably not accurate. Like, I'm aware that it comes up that the website doesn't exist, but that could happen if the server crashes. It doesn't mean that the website is gone. Basically, what I'm saying is, please be specific, or, like, you'll cause fear-mongering, which isn't necessarily beneficial here. Basically, like, let's just not try and cause intentional or unintentional panic. That's all. I will make a different messenger because I need a new messenger. It's kind of wild. I don't think I've ever had so many dwarves survive. Usually the majority of the ones that get blasted as part of like a were creature are like just killed in combat, but it's kind of crazy to see the alternative. I probably need some traction benches because I don't actually have any right now. Yeah, I don't need people to freak out, especially if, like, you know, it'll be back. Thank you for sharing, Traced Soul. I had a pretty good coffee stout yesterday in a small glass. It was good. Also wandered into town to listen to the music festival that's happening in town. Mostly because I was kind of curious as to how they had the line set up because I'm going on Sunday, but... What kind of beer are you drinking, though, Traced? Will the werewolves of the same type be if bitten? Will they be the same type if bitten by the same creature? Yeah. So any dwarf bitten by a were-kangaroo will become a were-kangaroo. Any dwarf bitten by a were-rhinoceros will become a were-rhinoceros. And were-kangaroos are friendly with other were-kangaroos. What are you waiting on? Could somebody tell me when the... Actually, no, if the wiki's down, I guess nobody can. Does anybody know when the next full moon is? I'm assuming it's not till next month, but... You need a crutch. There you go. Okay, so... Over here... We're just going to throw all this in. Go here, go here. Throw that in. And this in. We're in an ad break, so I will let the game wait. Oh, I know where it is. I can see the moon phase. But, like, there is an exact date for every month when the next one is. And so, like, the moon phase, yeah, you can go off that. I know we've got time. I just don't know the exact date. It's probably like the 12th or something of next month. Your own dwarves will have knowledge of traps while in were form if the traps were built before they became infected with it. But it's because, like, they have different knowledge bases. So right now they know about all the traps in the fort. But if I build more traps now, they won't know about them. Thank you for the amount of unit money. Money unit amount. Of course I would remember you. How could I forget you? We have a running joke. It seems that way. Beagle Weagle. Although I will say my Marks dwarves will fucking murder these dudes. Just a heads up. Also, I'm going to put in some safety now because we need some safety. So I'm going to put a cavey over here because I'm evil and don't care about cavies. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to throw something else over here so that we can see stuff coming. Because actually, what if I go down here and put a bunny down here? Sweet. Now I've got 2 defensive Petterinos. They don't really need any uniform here. Thank you for the additional units of money, YouTube chatter. Friend. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? Because I've gotten 4 units of money in the YouTube chat. And Zwari, dwarf, beard, no beard. What want? What want you? Little bit of detail, please. We got some metalsmiths, we got plenty of crafters, we got farmers, we got some militia dwarves. I have a roost squad, which is going to be interesting. Yeah. Metalsmith with beard if possible. Zulban it is. Just don't get yourself Zulbanned from the chat because then your beard won't be very visible anymore. That was a joke. I'm not threatening to ban you. It just came to brain and had to expel joke. Zwari, are you still doing a hardcore? Was it World of Warcraft? What were you doing? Anyway, he never acts without prolonged deliberation to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He is very trusting and enjoys being in crowds. He is somewhat scatterbrained, and he is prone to strong feelings of lust. He does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feels, and tends to avoid any physical confrontation. He has little interest in joking around and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and is very humble. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for times. The 6th? Okay, I don't actually have that much time. Thank you much. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and does not respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. And he does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes conglomerate lay pewter as well as clear tourmaline and off-spray and glyphodon. Backpacks, large gems, water buffaloes for their water wallowing, and the sight of the wondrous queen. And when possible, of course, he prefers to consume rum and absolutely hates mussels. He has a very long beard, which is braided, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and his nose is sharply hooked. He has his nearly fused-lobed ears are splayed out, and his rust eyes are slightly protruding. His hair is charcoal, and his skin is cinnamon. And he's very happy about the establishment of a temple relatively recently. You are married, and your wife is actually a religious leader, who is the holy mine of the Church of Rocks, of the Doctrine of Amethyst, they worship the god of minerals. Most valuable chatter. That's one way to word it. Don't actually have all that much time, so I've got to do this quickly. You've been hanging out and dealing with a jigsaw that has 99% of the pieces in logic all at once so that the slot lock and AP world... wait, what? Yeah, I'm familiar with what, like, Archipelago is for DF. There's a bunch of, like, random, like, multiplayer projects for Dwarf Fortress that are happening all at once. I wonder if this is the year where it actually doesn't suck. Because historically, it sucks. But I guess science must be done. Oopsies. People have to try it to find out. So maybe this is the year? I don't know. It's curious to see, if nothing else. I mean, it'll be back. Give it an hour. Shadow. Hopefully people have reported it. Usually when the DF wiki goes down, it's literally just somebody needs to run a refresh. Because it happens periodically. I mean, it's been DDoSed before too. Like, it's been openly attacked and it never goes down for very long. For years, it literally just ran on somebody's laptop. And as far as I know, it now runs on an actual server, but... Okay, so let's just send these dwarves over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we got Olon, Feb, Limuel, Moses, Kick Roast. Oh, there you are. Orc with Bow, thank you very much for the raid. What's up, man? Yeah, it's usually cooperatively building on the same fort, Elkbird. Which means they're probably just going to be vibe-coded messes, but... But it's a tale as old as time. As long as Dwarf Fortress has existed, there's been people trying to make projects to make multiplayer Dwarf Fortress, and having used some of them in the past, they've never been fun to actually play, but it's always like kind of curious as to what people are doing. So yeah, it used to like the DF wiki for like the majority of its existence until KitFox like offered to sponsor it, was literally running on a server in somebody's on somebody's old laptop. That's literally what it was for a very long time. So it is past that era, but not by much. A horrifying land of evil mountains? Sounds like most evil mountains to me, but there's one lead door. And the other lead door. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are all in there now. How goes the Stone Age? These dwarves are all were-kangaroos. So I'm going to do the logical thing, which is I'm going to make a squad of were-kangaroos. Fort? That would be very difficult to do reliably, but I will make a were-kangaroo squad. You can choose to be satisfied with what I'm willing to do currently, or you cannot. That is up to you. But I will not make the entire fort into were-kangaroos, because they will topple workshops. So it's kind of like saying you have to rebuild the whole fort once a month, which I'm really not willing to do. I'm okay with training a portion of the population to be like this, but I won't do that with the whole population, because that's just not fun. It's just annoying to deal with more than anything. All right, now they can train for combat. Sorry, kitty. Oh, man. That's this dwarf's cat. I'm not even farming in this fort. I haven't farmed since the 2nd year. Elkbird. We are literally just getting food from these trees. That's where all of our alcohol is coming from, is these trees. We are using a giant gather zone to just gather stuff. I'll have you know, your username checks out. Body parts in the tree? Not dwarven. So I mean, if that concerns you, I could remove them, but they don't really bother the dwarves. How worth it is accepting all of these petitions from legendary goblin poets performing troops? Very much not worth it, in my opinion. Unless, like, they actually have something of value that you would like to keep. Maybe like 1 or 2, but like poets kind of don't really provide any benefit, in my opinion, aside from like teaching your dwarves other songs that they might not already know. Okay, so now we figure out if I was able to correctly diagnose all of the dwarves that got bit. Generally killed with style. How are you doing today? Somebody who isn't interested in having a conversation, Stone. Or somebody that's, like, of a certain part of the internet that I don't really want to associate with. One of the two. Snatcher, think of the childs. Oh no. They're not gonna make it into the fort like that, so good luck to them. Oh, an ambush! Curse them. Curse them indeed. I'm going to close this. I'm going to enable this, except for the ruse. I'm going to turn this on. Remove all this. See exactly where they go. Oh. Go get him, Jay. Look at that. What a fucking maniac. They're going to fall in the water, aren't they? Don't do that. Kind of. Oh, no, he made it. Let's see. Will they make it? That's 3 made it. 4 made it. You're tired and no injuries, though. That's good. Another one made it. Yeah. Uh-oh. You didn't. Hopefully you can swim. It's because they bounced off the dwarf over here on this side. Oh, never mind. 2 of them fell in. They collided with each other. And thankfully they dropped Corey No Pants. Okay, well, the first one's out. Second one is also out. Good stuff. Charging up north. Doing handlebars on the bottoms of the trees. Chasing down the last of those bogobs. Beating the shit out of them. Another snatcher appears, and another snatcher appears. How many bags do you have? Just one? The dwarves make chase. And the goblins pathetically flee. I haven't even told these dwarves to fight. They just willingly went and fought. And damn, look at that. Bashes the goblin thief in the head with a silver mace, bruising the skull, jamming the skull through the brain, and tearing the brain. Thwack. Just directly to the back of the head. I'm impressed. Visitors from your experience often steal books. You can accidentally steal your own books. If your military has a book in their inventory and they leave to go, you know, attack something, they're most likely going to take the book with them and generally don't bring it back. Which I think is real funny. Like, you can, like, actually just misplace your own books. Yeah, it's kind of funny because it's not even, an intentional theft of property, usually, when it comes to book theft. All right, let's see. So they should all just be in here. They're going to completely obliterate this cat, though. It does admittedly belong to one of the dwarves in here. Almost there, chat. I think it's the 7th, actually, is the full moon. Nope, it is the 6th. Okay, so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We were correct. All 6 of them are in here, and wow, they're not obliterating the cat. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I was fully expecting them to completely immolate the cat out of existence. That's why you scribe like 10 versions of the same book. Yeah, that's fair, especially if you just have copies. I think that might be the most surprising thing about this is that they're not killing the cat. I wonder if they'd kill the cat if I, like, told them to stop training. I'll put the clothes back on. Like, oh god, what was that? I do need to get weapons in there. Behind that cat, it's literally just the pet of Moses. Moses being this dwarf. Or Moses is this cat's pet, is what I should say. So I don't think that really counts as crazy lore per se, but if we want to come up with something, I'm totally here for it. All right, well, this is in the burrow. Let's just check the burrow status, actually, because I'm sure it's missing somewhere. No, not really. That was a crazy couple minutes, let me tell you, chat. So sorry for getting a wee bit behind on the chittery chat, but been playing alongside your Weather Mountains tutorial for the last couple weeks. It's been super helpful. I'm glad it's still helpful. Random good to know tips for making a library for the first time. Was that why people were talking about books getting stolen? I'm scrolling up into chat. Don't worry about writing books. You need scholars to write books. Dwarves need to make a discovery to be able to write a book, and that is an extremely time-consuming, like, luck-based process that either will happen or it won't. So you'll either make a bunch of discoveries or you'll make, like, none. So don't really expect to write books. Focus more on copying books if you want to make your own books. And make a squad, and then tell that squad to go to, like, abandoned temples and empty locations that are full of books. So if you go to the overworld and you go to, like, this more than a day's travel hamlet of Jade Idol, which is destroyed and doesn't have anything in it, but that might have artifacts in it. This monastery of Heather Bake, which has books in it, but no people. Go to those places and just acquire a bunch of books and use that as, like, your baseline to start your library. Like, Gorge Tangles down here would be a good spot. This would be a good spot in theory, but it is a tower. So because it's a tower, that means that it's probably got the secrets of life and death in it. So you might end up with a necromancer fort if you steal from one of those. So yeah, that's what I would recommend. When a petition comes in for a temple, how long do you have to accept it? 3 months. Once you've accepted it, you have 3 months to build it. So I accepted this on the 13th of Sandstone 254. It's now the 11th of Moonstone, meaning it's been a month and a half, so I have to start building it soon. But you have 3 months to accept it and then 3 months to build it. I think it's 3 months. They get angry if you ignore it, but they get angrier if you fail it once you've accepted it. And what else can I do in here? You've got all the furniture you need, so this can be your dining room. Nope, that's a bedroom. Dining hall. Pebble, that's yours. What if I put a statue here in the corner? Or like a fortification, maybe. I'll take your word for it. I want to say it's 6 months total, but there might also be a setting for it, so I'm pretty sure there's a difficulty setting for it. It's one of those things that I generally get done pretty quickly, so I just kind of don't worry about it. but I'm pretty sure it's 6 months, but I might be thinking about maybe the hard difficulty. You have a good amount of time, but like, you know, if you're planning to actually make it, be like relatively swift about it. Would be my advice. Okay, so now I just need to make a tomb for the queen, or not queen, for the for that doomed dwarf, which I'm actually just gonna put down here. I'm doing all right. And yourself, Jimmy Toasty? Hopefully your weekend has been off to a start. That sounds kind of like a stopgap there when I'm like to a start, but like hopefully it's off to a good start. A start of enjoyable variety. Doing okay? Good to hear, man. Basically anybody in your fort or like can write books, but adventurers have the additional skill though of being able to compose poems, which you can then teach to people, spread and share around within your fort, which is kind of fun. Like adventuring to one of your forts and then teaching your dwarves a bunch of terrible poems that you wrote is kind of a fun thing to do now and again. It's certainly not like, you know, the most immediately efficient thing or positive thing to do, but it's funny. Right. Value's not quite there yet, but we're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it. I like the natural element in the corner there. What's up, Dwight? Mirozel, thank you very much for the Prime subscription, by the way. Check, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime? Also, hey, 409, it's good to see you, man. I do need a new captain of the guard. So I think I'm going to give that task to Lore, who is in fact a woodcrafter, which means you get booted up in society. Sorry, Soapgoat. You've been demoted to leader of the strange side squad. Let's get to know Lore a little bit. Lore wants to be extravagant. Okay. I wonder. What can I give you for you to be permitted to have this extravagance? I gave you these 2 fancy socks. And I was going to say like a fancy hat, but I don't really actually have that many super valuable items. Let's just give you a large gem. I don't really want to name it. It's fine. Done. Okay. You find humor in most situations and has a low sense of self-esteem. He tends to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is slow to anger and has a greedy streak, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he will generally act with a narrow focus on the current activity. He always takes a deep, large breath whenever he's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values tranquility and a peaceful day, and it doesn't particularly value loyalty and doesn't particularly value the truth. It's good to see you, 409. Busy concert season, as in like you're playing concerts or going to concerts? Where did I put my clothing industry? I know I started a clothing industry, and I don't think I ever actually made it. Oh, it's up here. I think I see what happened here. Can use any shop. Did I fuck something up here? Use any cloth, automatically weave all thread. You're not pulling from somewhere specific, are you? Let's just auto reissue these orders. Because they should be running. Let's also do leather leggings. What other leather things can I make? Let's do leather cloaks, actually. Just make 80 of them. But what I need is I need a farmer's shop over here. Actually, I need farmer shops up here. For work, building shows? Gotcha. Yeah, I know that, I know some people who were working on setting up a rave over close to where I used to live pretty recently. There's a festival happening in my city, like this weekend, so I'm going to a show on Sunday, which is going to be fun. And yeah, I enjoy concerts. This is well documented about me. But it's good to see you. I'm glad that you have work. Summer is always kind of the slow season for this channel. I think mostly because kids get out of school and then parents who watch my stream have kids to deal with. So, but we're stuck in an ad break. Chat, if you're listening to the channel right now, could I get a round of beers? And if you two are also having a busy summer season, me as well. I get it. Thanks for watching when you do and when you can. That is actually why I accepted that gig with Kid Fox. Because to me, it's a way for me to get some extra cash during the slower season, which is summer for me, while not having to take sponsorships during a kind of weird, volatile period in time. So, I mean, the average audience for my streams is 25 to 55. That's like the average median. They're like, is a percentage of people that are below that age and above that age that watch my streams as well. Same with the videos, although the videos do skew a little bit younger than the streams, but it's like people in their 20s on the low end and 40s on the high end. And if you're above or below that, then you're the minority. This isn't me calling out saying, say how old you are. That's not necessary, but. I think that's also just kind of the case if you're making video game content that isn't like Minecraft or Roblox or like directly targeted at kids. So I think that's just kind of a pretty normal thing. It's like the take that I've heard going around recently, which is video games as we know them and interact with them is an inherently millennial is potentially an inherently millennial phenomenon, as in we are the only generation that has the same level of nostalgia for video games. We are the primary generation that has that level of awareness and history with video games and that values it as much as we do. Whereas, like, yeah, there are younger people who are interacting with video games the same way people who are currently in their 30s and, like, 40s did, but, like, it's a very different kind of nostalgia. So all I'm saying is play couch co-op games with your kids, all right? That's all I got. Go play some couch co-op games with your kids. Interesting. Must have already cheered all the animals. The first forgotten beast of the fortress has come. A huge humanoid composed of snow. It has long curving horns and a bloated body. Why is lukewarm? If your trade sentiments are lukewarm, that means your trade sentiments are kind of mid and could be better. I assume that's a joke when people say that. I don't actually presume that people don't know what lukewarm means. If you don't know what lukewarm means, it means like not great. Could be better. Leaves something to be desired. Okay, so for this Forgotten Beastie, the fun thing of how I set up this cavern entrance, I didn't set this up the way I normally do it. So I've just got this stairs here, right? This stairs goes all the way up and actually pops out right here, which is pretty far away from the entrance of the rest of the fort. So I'm just going to move my Marks dwarves up here, who all have ammo, because I'll bet you they could just kill this thing. Because it just has a bloated body and it's made of snow. Like, this is like the weakest a Forgotten Beast could be here. Could have been much worse. Yeah, I'm not too concerned with it. Although it might not even come up here. Because it doesn't actually have access to the fort. Like, it would actually have to climb a wall. Like, it would have to go over here and go whoop, and up and in. Realized it was mid and left. Yep. What do you think? Should I wall this off and keep digging? Chill in lava lakes for like 5 years? Huh, that must have been doing some wild things in the temperature readings. I don't know, chat. I'm kind of not worried about it, because it's just made of snow. I'm going to swap out Inod, though, for somebody else. You a better candidate for the militia? Let's see. In terms of crafting masterwork someday. Desires little for himself in the way of possessions, prefers to present himself modestly, is quick to anger, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual from or differently from himself. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he can handle stress. All right, congrats, you're now running the squad. I need to like lower down the stress in my squads, if possible. Like you. You should probably be removed from this squad. I'll swap in the Slime Maker and see how you're doing. There's a raising a family, respects the development of a skill. She lives at a high energy kinetic pace. She feels discouraged, is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, tends to not be swayed by the emotions of others, is very humble, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, doesn't focus on material goods, is quite polite, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Okay, sure. I think we can roll with that. No, I mean, they won't melt, but the game is still basically like, it has a tiny little force field around its body that will keep it from melting, but it still needs to like process the changes if that makes any sense. So it does kind of put you in a weird spot, but looking for other dwarves I could throw into the military, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is quick to anger. Yeah, you'll do okay. There you go. And also I need to go to the hospital again and throw a traction bench into here. It's a mighty fancy thing. I'm actually going to throw you over here. Get rid of this and most of this side. But do leave that there, so that they can just get some mist while hanging out and working out. So these dwarves are just going to get thirsty and then boom, become were creature and keep at it. Why is streamer's contrast so high? Because it makes the green screen not get fucked. Like, if I turn it down, because I had it further down, then I have to adjust the green screen more. Like, if I turn the contrast down, it's actually way lower than it was even. It's actually more the saturation, less the contrast. But, like, if I turn it down, that happens. So, just is what it is. Hello, Mental Breakdance. How are you? It's summertime, so I get a lot of direct sunlight in my apartment. In the winter, I can have lower contrast. As long as the microphone doesn't sound like shit, I'm kind of okay with the contrast being a little high. Yeah, it's wild that they're not murdering the cat. That is actually maybe the craziest part of that whole thing. Okay, so... I'll throw some statues in here. Do some engravings. Now it's time for me to figure out where in the world... Came back from kayaking? Ooh, what kind of kayaking? I used to do flat water kayaking, which I kind of miss sometimes. I realize this is going to dig where I don't want it to be dug, but... But we're going to build our Metalsmiths Guild along this side. Older than time itself. Should I give them a break and tell them to just engrave images of that cat? Like, maybe I should give this squad a break. And see if they do this. Do I have this set specifically? No, anybody can do it. Although I'm a little bit worried that if they're not training when they turn, they'll just kill the cat. Like, actually kind of very worried about that. Let's also make this into maybe a Rangers Guild. Set it to citizens only so that they can socialize and chit-chat. And an acquaintance discussed their problems with me, and I don't feel very empathetic. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to put them on monthly orders and set them to train here. So they'll chat, hang out, and babble, but also work out and probably kill the cat eventually. Unless I remove the cat physically from that room, like it's going to die eventually. They will aggro the cat at some point. As for when, that I don't know. Just eventually. Just down around a river with a bunch of family, recreational. Cool. Are you using inflatables or like hard body? Did you like rent them or do you own kayaks? I actually really like kayaking, so congrats. You found one of my stealth interests that I don't talk about very often. I've been debating on buying a kayak for a very long time. Oh, true. Zentharaz in YouTube chat makes a good point about trade sentiments. Like, they might be asking why it's lukewarm instead of, like, what is lukewarm. But rented hard bodies. Last time you used to do sport kayaking. Did you do, like, flat water racing or, like, whitewater stuff? I mean, at this point, I'm just happy that someone's helping keep the chat moving. Mental Breakdance, so appreciate you. Did flat water? Up the river? What region? What year? I say that because, like, from like 2007, like 6 to 2000, almost 2010, like 2009, I was actively participating in Flatwater in Canada. No, I'm just like curious. I'm not suggesting that we necessarily competed, but like it's actually something that's interesting to me. Aside, which is also like the source of my weirdly vehement dislike of rowers. Those backwards going motherfuckers. Stupid rich kid sport. Oh, you chickened out of competing? Gotcha. Basically every single one of the coaches I had was from Poland because they all were Olympians around the same time and all defected around the same time in the 80s, which I think is kind of funny. And so they all knew each other because they were like all on like one of two Olympics teams that just said, fuck it, and just left. So Poland, I would guess. Shoutouts to one of my old coaches, Johnny, who was one of the funniest human beings on earth. He drove a Honda Civic, and it was 85% speakers, and you could tell when he was running late because you could hear him a couple blocks away, and you would just hear hard bass. Dude was a walking stereotype in the best way. Well, I'm glad that you've been following the videos. Milk Tank. Milk Tank Calcium. That's one hell of a username. Considering the name of my Twitch bot. So chat, we're a little bit outside of the window of the last Dwarf Fortress update. You know, like I think people are just kind of used to the new stuff now, and we're kind of, I guess, waiting on a patch to like fix or adjust how some of the adventurers work. But I'm curious. Are you guys still playing Dwarf Fort? Are you waiting for the next update now? Like, where are you guys at currently? I'm always very curious to know how long the maybe honeymoon phase is maybe a word I could put it. It's like how long the honeymoon phase for a new patch lasts for people. Because I'm still like weirdly enthusiastic about all these creatures because there's so many new creatures to see and find over the next like, you know, however friggin' long, kind of long period of time. Playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Did they make a new one yet? I feel like they should. They're like due for a new Phoenix Wright, and have been for a little bit. So this down here is going to be the Metalsmiths Guild. So Guild Hall, Metalsmiths. I'm going to throw some examples of our work. We're going to do a chain. I'm going to do probably a table. Yep. I probably have a throne. Nope. What else do I have? I have chains. I got a probably a weapon rack. Probably get a weapon rack in there. I got one of those as well. How are we doing on value? 822. Got a little bit of work to do. You've been on a break in gaming and have chose to been watching the stream or play? Why are you taking the break? Is it just like practicality, kind of lack of time, or feeling burnt out? I have a feeling there's going to be a shift in video game culture over the next few years, like just as a hobby. And I was staring at the ceiling last night while trying to fall asleep, thinking about this. In my head, the word that came to mind is like new retro gamers, which is real dumb, but what I mean is like whatever the new Xbox is going to be, it's not really going to be... It's likely not going to be recognizable as what a lot of people think of as a console. Whatever the next PlayStation is, while it might be recognizable as a console, it's going to be so fucking expensive that I don't think a lot of people who are currently actively playing with consoles are going to be in the market for it. Like, I do kind of expect it to price a lot of people out. So I wonder. They're currently playing. There's a chance of a glass artifact. Hell yeah. Lack of time, gotcha. But I think with like people getting priced out of the market largely, and also just like a general shift in what kinds of games are profitable. I think it's that modern games are going to start to skew a bit younger. This is me guessing a bunch, by the way, out of just fascination with this industry. I do think that that modern games are going to start skewing younger, and I think that we're going to have a period of, or a portion of the gaming audience that just, you know those people who are still playing like the Dreamcast, Game Boy, and like their PSP, like that, like those people exist, and they're like, people tend to think of them as like retro gamers. I have a feeling there's going to be a new generation of people who play games like that, but with the Xbox 360 to Series X and PlayStation like 3 to current generations, like the people who own a lot of physical discs. Like I think we're gonna have another round of that, like another wave of that. As long as indie sandboxes don't disappear, you'll be happy. No, totally. Those games are still very profitable, but there's a portion of the game's audience that doesn't like those games. You're emulating it all? Sure. I mean, that's like the same kind of category in my mind. You know, people that are like not buying new games, they're playing games on Dolphin or whatever. Or maybe not buying as many new games as they would have 2 decades ago, but you're getting a lot of games from alternative sources. Hello from Mexico. You're here for work. How long are you in Mexico? How's the weather? I don't know. Am I just like talking on my ass, or does that make some sense to you guys? Like, do you think there's a logic to that? I'm honestly just curious. Also, reading your name, FIFA Snipe, I'm kind of a... Is there a level in Hitman that is just like... Okay, cool. We've completed our guild hall. Is there a level in Hitman that's just like FIFA? Like, is there a football game? I know there's like a Formula 1 knockoff thing. But I feel like that would go pretty hard. Like, you know, you have to like assassinate 2 star players and then like take out the ref and like a team leader. Like, that could be that would go pretty hard. That'd be pretty cool. Don't overthink it. Oh, I overthink all usernames, but don't worry. Most usernames are just things that stuck. There's 2 kinds of people, right? There's people that like change their username every 6 months, and then there's people that still have the same username they had on AIM. Like, what exactly are the rules? The rules are blunt-only weapons, leather-only armor. Metals can only be used for furniture. I'm not farming at all. I'm only gathering. And nobody gets bedrooms except for nobles. So it's just big dormitories, basically. I couldn't really think of a better name, and I've kind of stuck with it, so I'm committing to it. Your username could legally drink? Mine could drink in some countries. I first started using this username in 2008. So not everywhere, but some places. I'm saying the word drinking and then I start building a still. That's not what I'm making. I think what I need to do is... Yeah, okay, there is some store stuff in bin jobs. Let's see what we're putting in bins at the minute. Uh-oh. Okay, no, never mind. You're going to a different location than I thought you were going. You're going down here. But those need to all be put in bins. I was going to say, why did... Oh. All right, so I have a vampire who just got set free again. I think I'm going to feed the vampire to the were creatures. What do you think? Because I know who did it. It's Dastot. I need to take a piss, chat. I will be right back after I have done my urination break. If you want me to feed the vampire to the were creatures, press 1. If you don't think I should and I should do something else with it, press 2. I will be right back. I see a bunch of 1s. All right. There's a couple 2s, but it's mostly 1s. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this window, and I'm going to go to my prison zone, which is right here, and I'm going to erase it. And then I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to make a prison zone right here, I think. Well, right here. Now we just wait for them to place it. Wiki's down, yeah. I'm just kind of hoping that people have reported it. By reported it, I mean, like, posted on the KitFox Discord about it. I haven't done that yet because I'm kind of hoping somebody else does that. That's a really pretty sprite. That's a good portrait. So we lost Suxul and Urgro. So I need 2 more tombs. And also all this. 21 is excessive. Oh, I agree. But why is it raised so high in some countries? It's literally like... What is the actual... Like, I remember looking at a thing. It's like 3 countries in the world or something that it's that high. So, I don't know. Why is it so high? I ask them. Captain of the Gird is right here. He's currently pasturing an animal. We're going to go chain up Destot. Is a perfect green glass gem was created by Risin Arithmirish. Well, that's pretty good. Alrighty, Wampy. Wampy Pyre. You're going to go get placed somewhere in a prison cell you won't be able to leave. I'm also going to go back over here and reassign the other prison cells so that we don't run into problems. They also haven't killed the cat yet, which is kind of wild. While I'm here, I'm also just going to make some clothing. How did I make that into a refuse stockpile? What? Oh, because I set that... Wrong option. All, where, no, where, yes. We'll get some stuff put there. Because this dwarf probably has a really long 448 days. So I like alcohol. I like alcohol a whole lot, but I don't think it should be available to everyone from birth. Let's not be silly. I think 21 is absolutely fucking obsessive. I think 19 is kind of obsessive. I think that, like, removing the allure of something is one of the better ways to lower its value as a way of rebellion, and I think alcohol is unhealthy when it's used as a form of rebellion. But, like, you know, I think I'm also overthinking your joke. So... probably worth noting, if nothing else. Oops, Pie's bringing the door over. Over here can just be coffin. I need to make some additional coffins. Let's just make them out of consistent materials. So this badge can be made out of kapok. We'll do 30, because I'll probably need more. Shadow, since you have a backup of the wiki, could you tell me when the next full moon is? If you don't have that on tap, then that's cool. But if you happen to know, that would be appreciated. Okay, something's fucked up here. Like, I have 260 something yarn. Weird. Okay, so how come these are here but not queued up? What if I change the number on you? Yeah. I mean, that's not to be, like, dismissive, Shane O'Neill. I realize it's a deep topic, but that's as much a cultural issue as it is a legal issue. So you can adjust the drinking age all you want, but if the culture around alcohol, or any substance for that matter, is unhealthy and isn't enforced in a way that makes sense, you are going to end up with a bad culture surrounding. So sure, I mean, you can take my flippant, offhanded statement as seriously or not seriously as you like, but at the end of the day, parenting is important. Understanding limits is important. And culture is important. Do you mean the higher drinking age makes people want to drink? Or the younger drinking age makes people want to drink? Because I think if it's used as a form of rebellion, that's almost as bad, if not worse, than just having it being accessible. Anyway, chat, we're going to feed this vampire to the were-creatures whenever the next full moon is. Any questions? Yes? No? Long silence? Okay. I'll continue playing then. One thing you did notice was that student services at uni we had was one of those places American studies in their own village, because they'd turn up at 18 and realize they were allowed to drink and their parents were far away and they'd just go chaos mode. I mean, it's the reason that like some of the most consistently handed out DUIs here in Canada, close to the border, are to American teenagers. You know, it's like if you're 19 and you own a car, you live close to the border, you zip across the border, you go to the pub, you have 5 beer, and you walk back or ride back. Like it's nice and quick, very easy, almost impossible to avoid in some ways. Will this hurt the vampire? Oh, they're going to kill it. They're going to eat the vampire. Well, they're going to rip him to shreds. So yes, this is going to kill the vampire. But Czar Nicholas, howdy. It's good to see you, man. How you been, dude? I hope you've been well. Wondering if the cat will survive. I'm amazed it's lived this long. It's the pet of one of the vampires, so it's been, or not the vampire. It's the. I'm sorry. There's too many night creatures in this room. It is the pet of one of the were creatures, Moses. So because of that, like, it just hasn't fought with it, and it's been kind of perplexing to me. So they've turned back several times, but. I really wish Obsidian Blades didn't suck so much. The World Gen doesn't randomize moon patterns? It doesn't randomize a lot of things. It's very deterministic. I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine, Elkbird. So chat, look up, especially if you voted yes. Because the 25th, or 26th, I think, is the full moon. And Kogan is going to go make an artifact. Hey, chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? I know the chat is, like, kind of active, but, like, it's not very reactive, if that makes any sense today. Like, things are kind of lurky, but also kind of not. So if you're lurking, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? Let's see how vile this punishment is going to be. You know what's really funny, though? Sometimes you can skip months if it's cloudy. Like, if it's raining and the moon is covered and it's just a cloud, they won't turn. Which does happen sometimes. Pretty rarely, admittedly. But sometimes. So, let's see if I can tell them to I may actually have to expel the vampire to do this. I'm gonna quick save just to make sure this works. If I'm not entirely positive it will. How dare you lurk, Aquamouser? No, it's fine. You're being forced to play WoW with your 2 wives? Wow, bucking all of the stereotypes of World of Warcraft players. Aren't they supposed to be the forever alone meme? I say that it's my older sister met her husband on WoW, but... But no, it's all good that you guys are lurking. It's Saturday. Saturday is often this way. So they're not attacking it, which is very interesting. I'm going to turn off the station order. They're still not attacking, which is also interesting. But I need them to aggro the vampire. So I'm going to expel the vampire. And then I'm going to tell them to... Oh, this is interesting. I can tell them to attack each other. Here it goes. Wow, they're not even attacking. That is weird. Okay, something's bizarre here, chat. We've been talking about this back and forth and back and forth and back and forth that no, they're not attacking the cat. They're actually not attacking anything, which is really weird. To the point where I kind of want to test this with a non-chained up, non-murder pyre. Because this is really strange. When was the last time I had were creatures in my fortress? A fort and a half ago. There's been 1 patch. So if there is a change, I don't think it's intentional. But now they're beating the shit out of it. Which is also very strange. Also very strange. The vampire's going to kill all of them, isn't it? Or did they kill it? Yeah, no, they killed it. Truly bizarre. Yeah, no, there was literally nothing left. Well, here's the thing. They're supposed to just kill everything. But with an asterisk. Also, I lost one of them. I don't know. I might go back to the save. They're more interested in tasting you, Elkbird. I'm going to go back to that quick save. Because I need to know. I may have also gone back to the wrong save, actually, I think. Because vampires are technically undead. So I wonder if this is a they're not attacking them because they're undead kind of dealio. Oh, whoa. What? Now they followed the order. And they killed the cat. What? Hold on. Let me go back a little further. This is kind of science. You got an actual werewolf in? That might have been the dragon fort? I don't know. I know that we got like a were monitor lizard in the... So this is before I told them to kill it and before I expelled this dwarf. And they just kill it. Weird. Now they're acting normally. I wonder if it's because I hadn't restarted the game yet. Like, that almost seems like there's some sort of, like, lingering memory thing happening. That's bizarre. I will do this right now, Elkbird, and say that's not personal, but please never bring that up in my chat again. I just don't want to talk about cannibalism. That's, congrats, you found a phobia. Just get it out of my chat. Don't need it. So if you respect me, just please don't. Unless it's necessary, I don't need hypothetical nonsense discussions about such things. It could be updating their job, maybe. I know that, like, if they're in the middle of a long activity, like training or dancing, they'll finish that activity before aggroing stuff, but, like, their activity had changed. I told them to kill a thing. I mean, if somebody clips it, then maybe. Your stuff. But, I don't know. I have all the saves now. It's weird. Certainly possibly worth investigating, but... Let's go back to training, please. You're being annoying and attending a meeting. I do hope I get sieged, though. Because if I get sieged, that'll give me the ability... Like, if they demand a parlay, in short. That'll give me time to go stand a were-creature in the middle of them and sabotage them. Poor kitty. Yeah, that was weird. It was weird that they weren't eating the kitty, actually. That might be the strangest part of the whole thing. So, because you are insisting on having a meeting, I'm going to fortify through this. You have disrespected the trees in this area. Well, that's a given. But this is what we've come to expect from your stunted kind. Further abuse cannot be tolerated. Let this be a warning to you. Alrighty, got it. I will keep that. Timberworld? That's not a video game that I'm aware of. I think you're talking about Timberborn, which is a video game I'm aware of. And I have, and meh. Kind of, I think it's kind of mid. I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't really do much for me. Like, there's kind of not much about it that's, like, particularly interesting, in my humble opinion. Like, it's fine. It's just meh. It just kind of makes me want to play Dwarf Fortress. So. You mistaken it to the Power World? Fair enough. Two video game names collided in head and is confused now. Kogan the Gem Setter has created Lamar Ulosh, a fancy-ass gem cage. I feel like I'm just going to put that, like, right here. Because this is the god of, like, torture and misery. So I feel like that's fitting right here. But I don't know. It's fine. I played it for a bit. It's enjoyable enough, but it's not a game that really compels me to play it more, I guess. This is a gem cage, a squirrel cage. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of olive wood and pigtail. This object menaces with spikes of squirrel. On the item is an image of Ardent Coil, the sheep bone shield in squirrel, which... Shorel? I don't actually know how to pronounce that word. One of these years I'll look it up. On the item is an image of Pebble, the dwarf, of the Day of Severity, the orange wood crutch. Of Pebble and the Day of Severity, the orange wood crutch. Pebble is raising the Day of Severity. The artwork relates to the creation of the Day of Severity by Pebblebrain, in Pebblebrain, by the dwarf Pebble, in the mid-autumn of 254. No, it's Jife. Sorry. Enemy. I'm going to throw a dump zone over here. It's this attend meeting thing that drives me nuts about keeping creatures like this. Because it's basically going to just be a stuck conduct meeting job forever. Until I fix that. Like, you should just go conduct that meeting. Presuming it's this dwarf that dwarf is trying to meet with. Which it might not be. It could actually be like that dwarf. It could also be the mayor. It could be glass half empty. So let's throw glass half empty over here. Who's over here serving Maze beer? Serve river spirits. Presumably not this dwarf. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna have to ignore them until they turn again. And then once they turn back, then I can do stuff with them again. But until then, they're just kind of SOL useless. Can't move them, can't do anything with them. All I can do is just wait. Which kind of sucks. I don't know. Making claystone blocks? Why don't you take from that instead? I mean, generally, I think that if your dwarf isn't dead, because your dwarf is still alive, I don't like to give people second dwarves, but I'll give you a free pass this time. Also, why don't you name dwarves after yourself, like a normal dwarf? I guess you get Domas. Richard. Sprinkled Brass is very rarely moved by curiosity, tends to hang on to grievances, is somewhat quarrelsome, bothered by this since he values friendship, often acts with compassion. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he can handle stress. He is slow to trust others and has little interest, and likes a little excitement now and then. He dreams of raising a family, personally thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and values sacrifice and doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes Keolite and steel and pink jade and giant Kia leather, giant giraffe horn, not bone, geese for their formation flying, elephant head amaranths for their leaf coloration and the sound of the lacy silk. When possible, prefers consume hagfish, hello hobo, and cherry wine, and absolutely hates slugs. Yeet. If you're digging into a stone aquifer, you can smooth the stone. Just a pro tip for the future. But how you doing, hobo? I'm doing all right. Today's been a little weird. I don't know. The vibe's been strange. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something about today that's a little strange. How do you get through a heavy aquifer? Very slowly with a lot of pumps. I just don't bother, usually. Okay, well, I'm glad I have both of your OCs in. But for future reference, like, your dwarf ain't dead, so. Just for future reference. Oh, did I make magma forges again? That would explain a lot. I kind of wish they looked different, more obviously. Oh well. Forgot how good this was. The Pharaoh remake redid the really bad part of Pharaoh, though, which was the combat. That wasn't good. So it's good they redid that, but yeah. Oh shit! Stormwolf has discovered the construction and use of the flask. I feel like we already knew that, but well done, Dwarf. I'm sure I have... I was going to say, I'm sure I have sheet. I don't. We'll have to get some sheet. Because that's kind of exciting just on its surface. You like the new combat? Yeah, that's good. I know that was like kind of a... I don't know. A thing that people yapped about. I don't know if it was like a good response or bad response. It's been a little while. I honestly can't remember all that well. I get to see some French salt and pepper shakers in 2 days. Hello. Humble brag for a second. Much excite. A light bulb moment without the light bulb. It's more of a torch. Oh fuck! Finally, I've been waiting for them to like lay an egg or something, but we've got new baby dinos. Look at that. It also seems that they don't hatch from eggs. It seems that Oh, no. Okay, they do have hatchlings. I wonder if that was from eggs then. Because I wasn't paying that much attention, but that's still exciting. Yeah, Sunday. Hobo. Is the day that's happening. You haven't seen these goofy guys? Yeah, they're kind of funny looking. They look like they're about to go see like an Earth Crisis show or something with those mohawks. And all the new sprites are super good. Yeah. The mohawk's a nice touch. Yeah, just a bright red. Yeah, I'm not sure if they give birth to live young or not. It's a bit of a dice roll. Store item in bin. Guess I'm just out of Galana still. Well, let's just go to the stairs and just gamble a little bit with our ability to not die, because there is a Forgotten Beast down here. There you go. Go dig. That is what I need you to do. I also need you to go back this way. You know what? I'm going to let this dwarf go on their meeting. So, some ads are about to run. When the ads are done running, I'm going to open this door up and let this dwarf go have their meeting. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to micro the shit out of this. Wish me luck, chat. Wish me luck. Because I think these dwarves are going to need it. They take 1 year to grow up. I think that's the case for most of the dinos. Not all of the prehistoric creatures, though. For some reason, your animals you bought via the adventure to map are hostile to anything that isn't part. Yep, that'll happen. So you have a use for them. You made a pit, assigned the appster to it, and you quickly dispose of anything you don't want in your cages just by placing the animals with your savage Tyrannosauruses. Yeah, so if they came from a Nimruz, I don't know if you're in an ad, but I guess I'll wait for the ads to be done before I finish up that thought. Oh, also, I think I was rereading the thing. I think I screwed up Sogar's last name there. Let me fix that. Fitzwell. Fizzwell? Fitzwell. Did your pants fit well? There you go. Fixed. In regards to creatures that you've bought via adventure, yeah, that'll happen. That's kind of the norm. This ain't sketchy at all. Oh, Jesus. You were supposed to go have a meeting. Not like this.
UWU.
Yeah, huh? This is way too intense music for this. Actually, if you go outside, problem solved. We quietly got very lucky, chat. Ah. There we go. You're chasing the KV. Brutal Pebble, the militia commander, versus Moses. The Brutal Pebble is currently shirtless, badass if you ask me, and is running directly towards the creature. The Brutal Pebble is one of my better militia dwarves, and is currently puking, or was. Most recently puking. Were you fighting with... No, it's a while ago, okay. Miss attacks, and says... And bashes with the silver mace. It'd be fun if, like, silver was, like, the one material that gets an advantage against them. So every single world has a singular material that gets a massive advantage against were creatures, but the game doesn't tell you that anywhere. I don't think there's a way to figure out what it is. And it seems that Shorast, the Brutal Pebble, defeated it without even getting a scratch. In fact, hit him so hard with the silver mace in the upper body that it went directly into their lung and got lodged in the wound. Imagine getting hit with a spiky bowling ball on a stick so hard that it gets lodged in your chest cavity. That's what just happened. That's what just happened, chat. That's kind of nuts. Do you have to imagine that? It's the law. I said it, so comply. Peasant. Ha! Or don't. I don't know, man. No, you don't have to comply with that, but that's intense, if nothing else. I think it's time for us to make some of these. Get some more furnaces built. You all need to be moved over here. And erased from over there. That could have gone so much worse. Oh, so then it is coming back. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Is like if the DF wiki goes down, usually the front page is the one that stays down for a bit, and then the others kind of just slowly come up as time goes. So that kind of checks out. That doesn't surprise me too much. Well, today hasn't been boring, that's for sure. It's more like pulverize a few ribs than break a few ribs. The lyrics are all in the Dwarf Fortress language, yes. Sky Ace. I also should probably widen this a little bit so that they can get around each other a little bit easier. Should you learn the Dwarf Fortress language? I don't think it's really speakable. There isn't like enough actual words in it, but if you play enough Dwarf Fortress, you will memorize chunks of it. Like, I know chunks of it. I don't know the whole thing, but I do absolutely know chunks of it. They're all dancing now. Well, that's kind of not what I expected. Interesting. This is a shame. Because this dwarf and Pebble are lovers. So Pebble's not going to be able to see her lover in a very long time. And all of her close friends are dead. Oh, that's grim, dude. That is so grim. Another dead mountain gnome? I mean, this one will probably survive longer, but... A fort where everyone's a were-animal, it doesn't really work. You kind of can't do it, Nimros, because they will topple stuff. So unless you are totally cool with them completely obliterating like half of the fortress structures once every couple seasons, it's really not like doable. Just because like everything will collapse once a month. Like all their clothes will fall off, their clothes get destroyed. They have to, like, they will topple bars, they'll topple closed bridges, they'll topple your trade depot, they'll kill everything. Like, it's really not manageable to have a whole fortress of were creatures. And this is a bit more of a recent change, but up until kind of recently, if you had 0 dwarves in your fort, it was just an instant game over screen, and this included if every single, that's a dinosaur. This included if every single dwarf became a were creature. But that's been changed, so that doesn't happen anymore, so I'll buy the Anaconda, because why not? That's kind of fun to have. So somebody on YouTube named Hoodie Hair put out a video a little while ago where she used were creatures as defense primarily, and if you want to see how like feasible it is, like that's probably a pretty good video to recommend. There we go. Buy some socks and shoes. Everybody can just go get new shoes. Or more like an alcohol-consuming tree stump? It's an odd way to put it. I do kind of want to get rid of this workshop, though. Nope, those are definitely corners and should be a different type of stone. Get rid of you, go walls. Shale and shale. Shall we do it? Complete this quest. Get rid of that. Is for expanded language. Here's the thing. More words, yes. But I kind of like that the Dwarven language has a very different format than our languages. I think there are some things in Dwarf Fortress that you could look at and be like, that is something missing that they should add to. But it could also just be, this is weird and quirky, and that's part of the charm. And I feel that way very much about the language. So, like, do I want them to add, like, another 100 words? Yes. But I don't really want there to be a word for, like, the. You know, like, that's in the translation, but it's not in the Dwarven written version, if that makes any sense. Like, it's neat that they have a very... It leaves more for the imagination, I think. At least in my opinion. But I could be convinced otherwise. It's just like, when people say that they really want there to be an economy added to Dwarf Fortress again, I say sure, but like to a point. It's like, I wouldn't want there to be an economy in Fortress mode for dwarves, but I would really like the economy to be more functional for adventure mode and more functional for non-Fortress mode activities. I think that would be really cool. So like if say humans become a vanilla playable faction, they should have an economy. They should charge for rent for rooms. They should do all those things because that's a very like human capitalist faction gameplay variance that would give you reason to play as humans. I mean, once those structures are in the game, then I guess you could just mod that in, but like it would give you reason to play the different factions because you have different kinds of gameplay. Because like if you were playing as humans as an example, then by Dwarf Fortress rules, you wouldn't need to produce alcohol. Like that would be like a bonus or a treat. It's like baking a cake. You don't really need it, but like it would make them happy. Although humans are more prone to alcohol poisoning in Dwarf Fortress, so that could be a problem. But like you need other forms of management for factions that have very, very different structures. Another Forgotten Beast has arrived. This one's a named Othri, Russian Estalabi Russian Tuskmo. It is a huge hairy crab. It has a short trunk, and it squirms and fidgets. Its aquamarine hair is long and wavy, and beware its poison gases. It's here to fart vigorously. It has had too much Taco Bell. All right. Sendeth the squatteth downeth. And the beastie is over here, who's injured, who actually killed that other Forgotten Beast. Granted, it was made of snow, so who actually is surprised? Also, Othri Little Puddle, the Cavern of Monkeys. Their ethnicity is very different. They're like, if you look at their hairstyles, like if you read like actual descriptions and personalities, aesthetically they'll all be very different. They can have different like more like ethnicity, like color, like of skin for dwarves changes based on faction and faction variants. The clothing that they have available changes from faction to faction. Their baseline culture changes from faction to faction, which is based on their deities. But that can mean like you can have a faction that like the first faction I played in the last world that I played, which was also the last faction I played in the last world that I played, was extremely war hungry. Like every single dwarf was brave. All of them really wanted to like fist fight and like really liked martial training. And then the next two factions I played, no, not at all. Yet. No combat, much crafting, no fight. So like it's there, it's just not very, it's just very abstract, right? And it would be really cool if I think that was easier to discern before you played the faction. Like that to me would be infinitely more interesting than just, making it all available. Why don't we just, speaking of making it available, if I can dig into this cavern. No, I just deleted the burrow. Well, I'm smart. That's fine. I can fix that. I do that way more than I should admit, to be honest. Just delete the burrow. Just be like, oops, well, rip my life. Okay. Pretty good. That'll do. So I think like there's a lot of stuff that Dwarf Fortress does that's already very unique, from fortress to fortress, faction to faction, and all that. I think what I would want to see is I would want to see the fortress mode starting options more clearly reflect the variety that's already there versus, you know, adding more variety for the sake of more variety. I wouldn't mind more weapon variants, and I also wouldn't mind more gear variants, but believe it or not, one of the biggest complaints and causes for confusion I see when it comes to military in Dwarf Fortress, maybe not so much as of late, but that's, I think, because it's been a while since there's been a large influx of new players. It's mostly just been returning players, which is, why can't I make high boots? My faction, I found a bug. I don't have high boots. Like, I see that kind of a lot. And, like, I don't think that's good. Like, at all. It's not a bug, though. Beagle Weagle. That's not a bug. This is literally what we're talking about. Yes, it is a faction thing. It's not a bug. But people think it's a bug. No, you don't need to assign high boots to your army. They just equip them over their shoes. But I don't currently have enough available. Some of them are underwater. I should make more. See, it's not the bottom one. Yeah, if you can't make high boots in one faction, it's because it's literally your your faction's culture doesn't allow for it. It's why sometimes they'll have robes and sometimes they'll just have tunics. It's literally, it's very obvious in adventure mode, like if you go traveling around, because you'll find areas that just, like, everybody is wearing robes. And then the next area, nobody's wearing robes. And that actually leads to kind of a lot of aesthetic variance from faction to faction, which I think is super cool. But most people just think something's broken. It's the same for humans, and humans have more and different variants of clothing and stuff available. So, like, some human factions will have access to things like togas. Some dwarves will have access to togas. Some humans will have scars. Some won't. Scarves. Some won't. Most goblins have access to masks, but not all do. Some humans do, but very rarely. Dwarves never do have access to masks. And I just think that stuff's really neat. Like, it's actually kind of a really interesting mechanic that I don't think gets enough attention, necessarily. I need to keep a very close eye out for this were creature. I think in my experience, it's maybe like 1 in 5. Ish. That have access to it, or that don't have access to high boots. All your dwarves ended up looking like ninjas. You have to be cautious with those because they do consider them to be a new piece of clothing. It's kind of like the underwear situation, but not as bad because they're quite rare, so you don't get them so often. Okay, hold on. That's interesting. Oh, it's because they're socializing. I get it. I was like, you're berserk. Why can't I examine the berserk activity? But Where did that beast go? Did it go off map and die? I'm so concerned. Whatever shall I do? All right, well, let's just... build a bridge down here. Dig over to there. See if I can get this beast to show up. Congratulations on your return, Elfie. There is a forgotten beast. It's a crab with poison gas. But I need it to come back. Which did apparently kill the other forgotten beast, which was made of snow. Why am I quarrying out the caverns? Why not? I need boulders from somewhere. I need materials from somewhere. There's coal and there's Galana down here. There isn't coal or Galana up at the surface. So why not? Why wouldn't I guess, is maybe what I should say. No, you cannot. Also, the elves are leaving down through the caves. That's interesting. It's maybe not the route I would take, but what are you doing? Oh, you're running up to the other spot that you were told to go stand. That makes some sense. Not smart, but it makes sense. Not much of the stone? Well, I mean, my whole fort is built out of stone. I keep running out of bricks and boulders. So I kind of need to. Like, this is all made out of stone, and I need more for the upper levels. This was all constructed. This is all constructed. This is all constructed. This is all constructed. So, and also, like, because I play on pretty low mineral scarcity, I don't usually have access to that much in the way of, like, usable minerals. Like, yeah, they exist, obviously, but they're actually pretty few and far between. Okay, so you were going to make another one. That is... I can't remember what that one was. This one's just going to be boulders. Oh, this one was wood, wasn't it? Gonna load from here. Gonna get rid of that. Yes. You right here. Just make a minecart out of whatever. Whatever's close. Still no beastie, hey? And you'd get like 2 metal types of map? So much metal then. Jeez, man. I've got Galena. And not a lot of it. So... But this is just what I'm used to, because that's what the game had pre-Steam. Before Steam, the default was sparse. Now the default is everywhere. Tarn actually talked about it in The Future of the Fortress this past week a little bit, about how he feels like the game becomes more homogenous and there's less reason to play multiple forts if everything is the same, which I actually think is really interesting. But so I get the impression that he doesn't like that all that much, because like there was somebody saying like, you know, you can only have seven different types of creatures per map tile based on the populations in that biome. And Tarn's argument for that being the reason that he does it is because that's kind of realistic, right? Like there isn't that many different types of animals in a lot of places. And so he like thinks it would be weird if like a polar bear showed up in, you know, a jungle biome. But like it does mean that you're limited to certain types of animals even within the jungle biome, so you kind of get less options. But I do kind of see where he's coming from with that to a point. Galena's 2 types of metal. It's 1 type of mineral, though, you silly. What do I do with a dwarf with a foul mood? Wait and watch. And witness. Generally, with foul mood, like, there's nothing really you can do. They just want to murder somebody. They probably want a butcher shop if you don't have one. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Elkbird. If I need to explain myself as to why, I think that's funny, but if you insist, I will. I streamed thousands of hours of pre-Steam. And there is what NME said, and then there's my actual opinion, which is the Steam version has a lot of quality of life that the pre-Steam versions did not have. I can't live without them. The game is awkward and unpleasant to play without them. So no, I have no interest in going back to version 40.47. There's like no nostalgia there for me. I've got videos on the subject, Lord Anderson, if you need to learn how to use minecarts. You're always a stealth archer by level 10 in Skyrim. Yeah, that's fair. You need to remember that dinosaurs are only about 30% of the new creatures added. Like, I think like them going on about dinosaurs actually kind of did themselves a disservice, because like alongside of that, we also have these guys. We've got things like Titan boas. Like, yeah, we got new dinos, but like they're only a fraction of the new creatures. So yeah, I think they're awesome, personally. Well, it's got nothing to do with it being pleasant. Like, version 47, you can't fucking build walls on floors. Sorry, I can't go back to that shit. Like, I can't. Like, there's 1 or 2 things, like, about version 47 that I'm like, yeah, I think that was maybe a better game mechanic, like, when it comes to accidentally digging too deeply and greedily, which I babble about a lot, but, like, sorry, no, I don't have nostalgia for things that I wanted changed and looked forward to being changed, and I'm very excited that they've changed, and I have no interest in going back. So like I don't fully understand. Like there's part of me that understands the portion of the Dwarf Fortress community that's like, oh, the old controls are better. It's like, no, they weren't. Like maybe in like some niche use cases, like if you play on a netbook or something, or like if you have like serious wrist problems maybe, but like you could play it faster if you were a wizard, but like there's literally the only positive of it is nostalgia, and that's if you have nostalgia, and I don't have nostalgia. But the biggest break for me is just SDL2. Like the reason I will never ever, it didn't get reworked. It just had a slight control change that made it a little bit, well, quite a bit less clunky suited. There's one thing that will make me never go back to version 47, and that is I have 143 dwarves right now. My frame rate's about 40. That's actually really low. If this was version 47.05, I guarantee you my frame rate would be a quarter of what it is right now. I guarantee it. Because the game just ran so much worse back then. World Gen was so much slower. I can't go back. I just can't. Okay, so go port the tile sets. Like, the tile sets are portable. The hard part is the user interface. And the user interface has some tile sets now. So now that the user interface has tile sets, just go port them. Like, there was a lot of tile sets because there was 20 plus years, practically, not quite, because there was like 19 years, I guess, 18 years, 17 years of people making them. You just have to start making them. Like, that, we could get back to that reality, and it's not that difficult. People used to share sprites all the time and repurpose tile sets and build new tile sets using pre-existing tile sets and customized tile sets, and you could absolutely do that. UMKH, comrade. It's actually not that many, because you can just kind of copy-paste a lot of them. Enemy. So, like, as an example, the way Hewn does the tile set is, like, clothing layers are all just one tile. And if you want to make a more simplistic tile set, a lot of them can just be ignored. So I actually don't think it's as many. Like, could it be thousands of tiles? Absolutely. Does it need to be thousands of tiles? If you're okay with a more simplistic-looking tile set, it doesn't need to be thousands of tiles. I mean, this is why, like, I keep telling people to go download Hewn and then just customize it to their liking. Like, whenever people talk about custom tile sets, it's like, well, go download Hewn and customize it. Why not? Like, it's all there. Like, there's several templates now for just making whatever suits you, whatever feels right to you. And now that the structure is there, here's the beastie. It finally showed up. Chat room, we found the beast. Wish us luck. This thing does have poison gas. It's already injured. Bolts begin flying. It's immediately bleeding. The very brave Odom the Mace Lord and Turist the Mace Dwarf charge, and the creature immediately begins feeling the pain. And just like that, it's dead. Now we get to find out who's going to die from this. I do want to butcher it, though. Odom has bestowed a name upon a silver mace. Dope. What'd you call it? Nakutzlishin. Let's see if you'll make it, or if you'll get sick. I guess you're fine. I'm sorry, what'd that say? Sensory nerve damage? Oh. Upper body has a tiny curving scar. That's unfortunate. Oh well, less pain to feel. Just do that. Just go, like, load up GIMP and, like, change the color. Why not? Like, that's not hard to do. Like, I think that's one cultural thing that I'm a little surprised changed with Dwarf Fortress. Back in the day, if people didn't like something, they'd just go edit it. And I think, like, with a game that you haven't paid money for, people are a lot more willing to just be like, make it their own, I think. But the second something is, like, a paid-for product, instead of just making it their own and adjusting it the way they want, they go yell at the developer to fix it. I'm like, I get it. To a degree, but... Just go edit it. It's all there. It's all exposed. Nothing's, like, encrypted or hard to edit. You can just go edit it. Yeah, but lots of the people watching this stream, Enemy, were playing Dwarf Fortress before it released on Steam. What changed? Like, I don't necessarily disagree, but like, what changed? You got old and lazy. Bad excuse. You can do better. You had kids. That's fair. That is fair. How much meat did I get from that? 256. What a beast. I also need some leather helms. You know, I will just reiterate what I said earlier, more or less. So sorry if I sound like I'm repeating myself. But when the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress was about to release, I had the game 4 days early. And it was maybe the most frustrating 4 days of my life because I already knew how to play Dwarf Fortress. And, you know, I'd spent a very long period of time playing version 47.05. But I suddenly had an opportunity to teach people how to play Dwarf Fortress, but I had to relearn Dwarf Fortress. And I understand to a degree the nostalgia sense of like, oh, I miss the keyboard controls. But I don't. Like, I really, really don't. And I don't know if it's because of, like, my Stockholm syndrome of, like, I've got all of this positive memory of, like, the Steam version releasing and the game being accessible to more people and just being more available and playable. But, man, I don't understand the portion of the community that's just like, I can't play that because it's not exactly the way that I remember it. Because Tarn did state from the very, very beginning of development of Steam that the controls wouldn't be ported. And, like, Putnam is allegedly, I presume this is true, based on what she said, working on porting the old version to, like, Steam. Like, that is a thing that is happening. So, like, we're working on, making the UI modifiable so that the old UI could be ported to, or not the old UI, but, like, the old hotkeys could be ported over to the versions that we now play. But, like, that is a Herculean effort that's being done for such a small number of people that I don't even know if they actually miss it. Sure, I mean, like, I hit B all the time and M all the time. Like, but I'm still clicking the buttons after that. It's the people who, like, unironically state that they miss UMKH that I just, like, blink twice and go, what? Are you okay? Like, why? Why? That's what boggles my mind. Also, I need to replace the KV that was over here. Because you died. Duck it is. Maybe and a doggo. Harquin self-reports in YouTube chat. I'm one of those UMKH enjoyers, and no, I'm not okay. Like, I have this take, which is, admittedly, I'm aware of this, probably a bad take. But my take is Dwarf Fortress was a game that existed in a time where nerd cred was something people really treasured. And I think that the biggest loss of the Steam version is the nerd cred that it provides. Nerd cred meaning you could go to a group of like-minded individuals who like similar games and say, I play this game. And people would freak out a little bit and be impressed by that. And now you tell people that you play Dwarf Fortress, and if you're talking to somebody who's in video games, they go, oh yeah, me too. Or, yeah, oh no, I played that. And there isn't this like mystique of like, oh my god, you play that game anymore? And if they're kind of mean and they play a lot of RimWorld, they go, yeah, it's boring. You know, or whatever they say. And I think that might be what people miss. Oh, 100%. Absolutely, Real Gamer Cow. Which is why, like, the people who leave negative reviews on Dwarf Fortress with 30 minutes spent because they can't play the game anymore because the hotkeys were changed, in my brain is like 1-to-1 with gatekeeping. Look at this little baby. Lovely. No, I think there is still a portion of the community that does. Enemy. And what is also really funny is, like, Dwarf Fortress was a community and is a community that prided itself on being the community that learned the hardest game that you could learn. Like, oh, like half of the bragging rights of playing Dwarf Fortress was being able to talk about how complicated the game is. But I see so many complaints about how confusing the new UI is. And what I think is really interesting, I don't quite know the one-to-ones of this, so I can't fully diagnose this myself, and I don't really think it's my place, and I honestly don't think it matters, is the fact that, like, you already learned one of the games where, like, one of the selling points was how complicated the user interface is. Why can't you learn the new one? If, like, once again, like, the reasoning is, like, disabilities or, like, ergonomic issues, and maybe you just don't use a mouse to begin with, in which case, how are you on a computer right now? Like, I understand that there are certain interfaces that you can use a computer with that don't use as much point-click movement, but that's not the norm. So, like, how are you computing? Really? Oh, I know they do, but there are some people who have like 90 seconds in Dwarf Fortress and 12,000 hours in RimWorld and go on about how boring Dwarf Fortress is. Trust me, I encounter these people like pretty frequently, Tanner. We don't need to start the like which one's better or which itch they scratch. I've played a shit ton of both of the games. They are very different things and can be enjoyed independently of one another for different reasons. But I'm just generalizing. And the Earthen Coven also wants a temple. I mean, like, I'm not defending Dwarf Fortress's UI. I just think it's kind of funny. Like, Dwarf Fortress, like, still has some fiddly UI. Like, that's very much the reality of playing this game. That doesn't make it necessarily okay, and it could absolutely be improved. I just think it's very funny that it's like a deal breaker for some people. Well, one's meth, one's crack, you know. Also, Factorio's crack, so Dwarf Fortress is like meth, and Dwarf Fortress is weed, RimWorld is meth. It's more self-destructive, you know. Hi, new player. I'm blind. I stream video games. You're a new player, so you don't get the rage for the UI. I mean, it's from new players and old players. DF is heroin? I don't know. Certainly my heroin. That's what I was listening to when I first started playing Dwarf Fort. Now I have slightly better, but also more self-aware taste in bad music. I need to get rid of the dye cloth task. It's like kind of moot because I just don't have actually as much dye as I thought I did. DF is some sort of hallucinogen. So Dwarf Fortress is mushrooms. Got it. Honestly, like that does actually check out the Dwarf Fortress is mushrooms. Really? Certainly not for everybody. I am like actively repulsed by MMOs. I find them like offensively boring on a good day. So I used to play MMOs, but not because I enjoyed them. I used to play MMOs because my friends played MMOs. I'm actually kind of curious about something. And so I would play MMOs. But it wasn't something that I actually enjoyed playing. Also, I'm wondering if it's the fact that I'm running Dwarf Fortress in Proton, because the last two forts have been a little bit slow as of late, and I've started to notice a little bit more of that. It could just be this particular fort again, because I'm doing a lot of stuff with weird water stuff, but don't actually know for sure. I'm going to do a little bit of investigating off stream, I think, this week. Because I have noticed my frame rates being a little bit worse. What? Oh, never mind. It's just a dwarf going into a strange mode. That's fine. I mean, gachas are just like gamified casinos without the payouts. I viscerally dislike gachas. Meanwhile, YouTube chat, I would never sink hundreds of hours into 2 different private World of Warcraft servers that got shut or are getting shut down soon this year alone. I would never. Never. I mean, literally, it's gambling, but you don't get money back and you don't get a physical product back. Like, it's... And it's not even like in like it just tickles the good brain chemicals kind of way, like Vampire Survivors, because you're actually putting money into it. So I know you don't have to put money into it, but Orid Dive Canyon is a human spearman. I'm gonna say no because I don't want you to dive into my canyon. It's right there and it's very large, and you'll go splat at the bottom of it, and that seems bad. No, I mean, that's the same for all free-to-play games. I remember reading a pretty detailed report. I want to say it was on Polygon. I could be wrong. This was a long time ago. About the proliferation and access and availability. Okay, hold on. You know, I'm going to get rid of a bunch of tasks. I wonder. I'm seeing a bunch of weird cancellations that kind of don't make sense to me. Because I'm not supposed to be using dyed yarn, but they're trying to only use dyed yarn. So I'm just going to get rid of a lot of my jobs here that I'm seeing canceling and seeing if I can fix them. Something's wrong. What's up, Asori? Milk animal, no creature. Yeah, this is the one that like really confuses me. How's my UI smaller than yours? This button. Like that's the default. I've got it off. Fiddle with your user interface settings is what I would say. But anyway, basically it was like the active player bases in Silicon Valley and Wall Street for Clash of Clans. And there was a period of time, it was around like the peak of Clash of Clans' popularity, where the highest spenders for Clash of Clans were literally dudes in suits who were, you know, doing lines of coke and aspiring to be the like Wolf of Wall Street. And they had like, you know, company or firm-wide clans that they were building and competing with like their real-life competitors. And these are guys with millions of dollars in the bank, getting paid stupid amounts of money, burning 20 grand a week on Clash of Clans, and then bragging about it. Like it's kind of there was a lot of really interesting reporting around that time. So no, I mean like that's literally like every free-to-play game is that they cater to a very, 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 very small minority of the overall audience, and then the rest of it is just, you know, casuals. Which also you could read as like most people who play, you know, gachas don't spend buttloads of money becoming a whale. But that's also kind of like saying, I only go to the casino to drink. I never gamble. Which maybe that's true. But at some point you're going to gamble. It's an inevitability. It's going to happen. At some point you're going to go gamble. And you are going to spend money. And you are going to lose it. And that's why the drinks are cheap. And you know, if you play, I don't know, Honkai Star Rail or something, or whatever fucking Hoyoverse game, or whatever like more simplistic horse racing gacha game, doesn't really matter. If you're playing one of those games and at some point you're like, I get enjoyment out of this game, I'm gonna go spend $30. They've won. Without a shadow of a doubt, they've made their money. You've lost. You only need to buy like 2 sessions of whatever you're buying in one of those games to have like for them to have made their money and then some. That is quite the checklist I'm building. We've also discovered a downward passage. The last one was actually an upward passage. Where the hell is this? Got a dwarf stuck at the carpenter's shop who's looking for specific materials. Stone rock, bricks, blocks, leather skin. You've got that. It's right after bricks, gem shining, rough color, tree life, bones, yep. Leather, blocks, stone rock. Okay, what's after that? Blocks, bricks. Okay, I need to butcher some animals. Let's do 2 elephants. And 2 of you. Rather than secretly killing each other over business card envy, they're secretly killing each other over loot chest envy, and I know all the rich people comes from seeing American Psycho. Have you seen the American Psycho parody, except instead of like business cards, it's keyboards, and they're all just a bunch of esports gamers? Because 2 thumbs up, it's great. It's fucking great. It's so goddamn funny. At least I think it's funny. Maybe it's not funny. I don't know. I thought it was funny. I should rewatch American Psycho. It's a good movie. You can imagine that the subtle click is tasteful. Yeah, the tasteful LED lighting and the minimalist appeal with the separated out numpad for maximum efficiency and ergonomics. It's so fucking funny. You know, actually, I'm just gonna go right here. No, not corpses. This one. Except nothing. Except hide. Just fresh. Just fresh raw hides. Nothing else. We're about to get hit by some ads, so we'll pause the game while the ads are running. It's fine. Treacherous. People have been asking me a lot about it recently, though. You might be in an ad. Are you in an ad? The person who just asked me about, like, Songs of Sex. Seems like Clash scratches the same itch as Coke. I don't know about these days. Doing all right. Clippy's revenge. How about you? How goes the vengeance of Clippy? Are you having your revenge in this life or the next? Father of a murdered paper? Husband of a murdered clip? Also, it looks like the DF Wiki's just back up now, by the way. Doesn't seem to be 404ing at all for me anymore. So that's cool. Shout out to the DF Wiki for not 404ing. It's not similar to DF at all. If the question is like, how similar is it to DF? It's not similar in the slightest. It's got more in common with like old city builders. Like it's very much like an Impressions style city builder with a little bit of RimWorld building mechanics. The issue that I have with it is it really, really, really wants to be a war game, and I don't like the combat at all, and I kind of don't like the overworld like metagame of it. I love the city building part of it, but it's got more in common with like city builders like Anno in a lot of ways than it does to Dwarf Fortress. Also, just as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make the majority of the money because people subscribe to the channel, share bits, use gift. I can words. Use gift subs and subscribe with Prime and stuff. So if you like what I do here and want to not see the ads on the stream, consider subscribing to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. That being said, I won't be streaming next week, so maybe now's a bad time, but thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. No, I am very well aware of what the vengeance of Clippy is. Trust me, it's not humanly possible to exist within niches of the internet and YouTube and, like, not know who Louis Rossman is. Like, come on. Of course I know what the Clippies are. I'm just asking how your vengeance was going. That's all. There we go. Got gizzard stones. Oh, that's interesting. There goes your social contact for next week. I mean, hopefully I can get a video out. There are other people who stream Dwarfs, though. It's not just me. Should go support the other members of this community. Is what I would recommend anyway. There we go. I wonder what's happening with this. Okay, you are actually just going to go pick up equipment. I don't actually see this downward thingy. It's weird. Ah, the Dwarfing goes okay, Eric. You're going to go delivering food on your e-bike, but it's dang hot. I mean, sometimes you got to hustle. Sometimes you got to enjoy the AC, though. Okay. Well, I need a Stoneworkers Guild. But this is getting done the way I need it now, which is good. How many wheelbarrows do you have? 10? Let's bump you up to 20. A human diplomat is coming to trade. And this was also... you know, actually, I'm going to make this into the temple. I was going to make this into the guild hall, but actually I'm going to make it into the temple. Change my mind. We had a pretty good were-creature scare today. Also the Aquamarine Communion. Were-kangaroos is what they were, or what they wear. If you will. Kind of doesn't make sense in a sentence, but... Aerith has created Odokebestruth, an olive wood bucket, and offers it to the Pebble Land of Pebbles. I feel like that should be built into my well. Which is over here. So let's get rid of you. And build this into my well. But also here, I'm just going to go... Oopsies. Don't bring those. Bring those. Bring those. Bring those. Let's bring beds, because I got a bunch of extra beds just lying around that I'm not using. Let's bring shields, because I got a bunch of extra shields lying around that I'm not using. And shoes. That, and that. What? Broker can't access depot? Oh, okay. That would be why. Because currently you can't. You will be able to once you're done gathering plants, though. They got rue. Okay, well, it's almost full moon. Here, I can show you. If you want to see what they look like. They're in a squad called the Curse of Biting. They're cursed to be bitey. I haven't really, like, come up with a use for them just yet. Aside from that, they're all in a squad and they live in here. They just, I think it's the 21st, maybe? Or the 20th? There they go. That's what they look like. Now you can see Merlin Man. No, they're in a squad. Yeah, so they're a bunch of roos. And this is the captain of the roo. A large kangaroo twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow violet. Its sandy top hair is long and wavy. You will know why you fear the night. They meet up with us and say, "This is such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves." And we say thank you. No beds or food. They all of their needs reset when they become were creatures. So no beds or food. They don't need it. Let's just buy some varieties in foods. Also gonna buy some cloth bins. I think that's it. Trade. Give them a huge value bump. Monthly. Full moonly. So, I mean, a day in Dwarf Fortress is about 30 seconds. Like, if you look at this is the calendar. So it's currently the 21st. It's now the 22nd. It's gonna be the 23rd. Couple seconds. So, like, time moves pretty quick. So if it was nightly, they'd be constantly turning. That would be pretty much unplayable, I would say. Yeah, it's been back up for a little bit. What was I doing? Right, I was working on the thingy over here. So this is a stoneworker's shop. So I gotta do something good with you. I was gonna say, what could I even... I don't know. I could just put a totem on it. Not that it'll be all that valuable, but I can do it. Since it's the stoneworkers, why don't we engrave the stone walls? But not all the way around in case I want to expand it. Oh, no, never mind. This isn't the stoneworkers. This is a sanctuary. I'm dumb. Bars. I do have 72 silver. Let's make silver altars. Alter the silver future. Make 2 of them. And let's bebop our way down here. See what's going on over here. How are we doing on blocks? Not great. I need to work on that a little bit. So let's just focus on this one on this side. Yeah, this will sort it out, I think. I don't know anything about what you just said, Shadow, and none of it really means anything for me, but if that's a good thing, then I'm happy for it. But I genuinely have no idea what that means. The only Zim I'm familiar with is Invader Zim, and for some reason I have a slight hunch that that's not what you're talking about. Consistently welcoming many visitors. I mean, you can automate them. Sky Ace. If you want. That'll be enough value, I think. Between the crossbow right here. I'm just going to go right there. I can now assign this as a temple run by a religious leader. If I want to hate my life, I can make it the Rue, but I'm not going to do that. Let's give it to the Dire. Usual. The Sacred Finger. Okay, so that's one down. The next one, I think I'm just going to put like right here. Except I'm going to do like a little spot like here on the ground and put some sort of metal down there. Can I name a dwarf with a bird, with a beard, not a bird, a bird Merlin? Yeah, that's how I read that. Can I name a dwarf with a beard Merlin? Yes. Yes, I can. Do you have any preference? Like, these are the happiest. Unless, if you don't have any preference, then I can just go with anybody, but about half the population chuckles. I assumed. I mean, I have a local backup of Wikipedia, which I back up once a quarter. It's just a little script that runs on my server. Whichever you're not picky. All right, well, you can just have the happiest bearded dwarfy. Merlin. Merlin wants to craft an object and has a strong sense of duty and would never pass up the chance for a good boxing match and fist fight. Will want to punch directly for throat and other vital organs, unrelated. Anyway, rarely tries to assert himself in conversation and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation. Preferring to act as a current situation demands. I can't wait for the absolute bum rush that's going to be to name the first wizard. Anyway, he occasionally overindulges and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He has a calm demeanor and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to avoid crowds and tries to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and is quick to anger, doesn't seek out excitement, and is conflicted by this since he feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous. He begins to talk more slowly when he's angry and blows out his breath when he's annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally, prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, values nature, and does not really value skills related to fighting, and doesn't care one way or another about art. He likes talc, brass, and red beryl, as well as the color dark indigo. Battle axes, backpacks, slabs, splints, string bean plants for their pods, and the words of the boulder of iron and the sound of the large shocks, and when possible, prefers to consume cuttlefish and deaf beer and absolutely hates worms. Do you want to join the military? You can, if you like. We got space. Get in the military. I'm sure you'll do just fine. But no, female dwarves don't in fact have beards, unless you modify your game to make it so that female dwarves have beards, which is very easy to do. Chuckles the beard. I should actually just make some lead bookcases. Lead bookcase, lead table, lead throne, silver goblet. No, they didn't. Chuckles the beard. The sprites looked like they did, but if you, back in the day, if you go back to the very first version of the game and you click on a female dwarf, and if you went to the description of the female dwarf, they did not have beards. Unless you were installing some sort of modded version of the game where they did, that was never the case. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's also how they catch fish, Chuckles. But that wasn't the case back in the day. People just didn't read the descriptions of dwarves. Like... So, no. I mean, like, if you go into the settings and you do this, you still can't, you can't tell if you turn ASCII on. But if ASCII isn't enabled, like, you can very clearly tell who is and who isn't bearded. Ladies, not bearded. Boys, very much bearded. I feel like I'm going crazy, chat. You're making a clip. Yes. Merlin was, in fact, enlisted in a squad. You are joining up with the leather mace bashers. You know what? I feel like being Coolerino on you. I'm going to give you a custom uniform. I'm going to give you a new weapon. A second mace. There you go. Mostly because I don't have any shields lying around at the minute and just kind of felt like cheating and speeding the process up. Now you've got your cloak. You've got your leather helm made out of elephant leather, which is kind of badass. And a forgotten beast who's salty as all hell named Asmarar, a giant blob composed of salt, undulates rhythmically, has undulated rhythmically into the caverns. And we're going to go kill it with pointy sticks or heavy clubs or wax sticks or whatever people kill forgotten beasts with, really. Hey, chat, can I get a wall of salt? That's actually not a bad idea. Salt lick beast. Oh no, all of the moose are going to come out of the wilds and just lick it. It's just going to melt. It's like all of the cows are going to have a fucking field day with this guy. But in regards to female dwarves having beards, there's always been one line of code in Dwarf Fortress, because it was a pretty early request, where all you need to do is comment out one thing, and then all dwarves have beards, male or female. And so for a lot of people, that was their headcanon back in the day. That, oh, well, there it goes. Mark's Dwarves got it. Nice and easy. For a lot of people back in the day, that was their headcanon that, like, no dwarves, or only... or all dwarves have beards. It was just, like, a pretty widely held headcanon for certain people. But it was never a vanilla feature. I don't, and I don't think they're particularly entertaining. I think fast and loose short forts are entertaining, primarily. Sometimes grander scale ones end up entertaining if I have some very memorable characters, but outside of memorable characters, you need to remember that, like, I have fun playing this game, but, like, I would not play this game this much if I didn't do this for my job. But how do I keep it entertaining? I try to manufacture interesting occurrences, generally. Or always have, like, a new goal set that I'm working on. That's where I was going to put it. This is like finding out that live TV is fake. You mean like figuring out that Pawn Stars is filmed on a set? Still waiting for the Magic update coming, hopefully. Everything that I've been told is this year, TM, which is what they said about the Siege update during all of its development. And I've taken this year to mean November, September, October, somewhere in that window. Whenever they say this year, it almost always ends up being in that window. But that's just my guess. I don't know. There's some pretty good hints, though, for what Tarn's actively working on right now in the current Future of the Fortress lore dump that Tarn plopped out at the beginning of the month, but I'll have a video up on that in a few days. Once my editor edits it. I think he's, like, going somewhere for the weekend this weekend, so... Should be up, I don't know, Tuesday, Monday-ish. Calm down there, Zoomer. This ain't TikTok, Radiant Psych. But no, I do manufacture a lot of events in my fortresses, Lord Anderson. You know, like, one of the ways I'm keeping this fort interesting right now is the caverns are open. If a forgotten beast that breathes fire that's made of metal shows up, I'm fucked. That'll be hard to kill. I might be able to, but, like, you know, it's the reason that I let the were creature out instead of, like, making sure it had a guaranteed way to fight us. Like, you know, I did stuff like that. But as, like, an extreme example, like, the dragon fortress was entertaining because I had dragons. And things constantly were going wrong. Like, if anybody here watched that fortress live, you'd know that, like, the amount of friendly fire in that fortress was ridiculous. Like, I gotten a couple comments that were just like, how do you stop them from friendly firing? It's like, you cross your fingers and pray and squint and, like, look away. Like, cringe and look in the other direction. Clench is what you do. The friendly fire was constant and aggressive and certainly not friendly, yeah. Like, if you watch that video, there is a lot of friendly fire, and it's pretty constant. Let's make some pretty marble tables. I mean, the good part about the friendly fire with the dragons is you just have a lot of, like, gravestones you need to make. Like, it's kind of nice that, like, the dwarves don't really need to be spending much time picking up crushed bodies, you know? Like, and, like, I guess that's kind of a benefit. But, you know, it's still pretty traumatizing for your poor dwarves. Maybe not ideal. Just ashes in the wind. Yeah, they're just dust. The dwarf that was once there is now just a mere memory on the wind. Let's throw a offering place over here. Let's go down to here and make another bookcase, or several even. Because I've got so many books. Actually, how many books does this library have? 46? That's not bad. Crundle alerts? I don't see any Crundles. What Crundles? At least it doesn't look like how Game of Thrones portrays their dragons. You're gonna have to remind me what's wrong with how Game of Thrones portrays their dragons, aside from disappointing, unfulfilling plot lines. I also haven't seen any of the new thingy that's I think ongoing, right? That's still a going concern, I think. So being very behind on everything that is relevant Game of Thrones wise, I actually have no idea. I'm going to butcher a bunch of these big critters. And do you. I'm gonna do you. And just leave the rest. We're in an ad break. I will wait minute 30. What's up, Well Gorbin? Oh, on your map you got Crundles? Gotcha. But yeah, for those of you who haven't seen it, the thing that's worth noting when it comes to like what's happening with magic, this is what Tarn wrote recently. I've started on the magic effects and rituals as mentioned last time. The links between the procedural Lua text raw knowledge skills, research methods, activities and professions and such have come together. I have a little debug wizards casting spells based on knowledge alone rather than syndromes or primordial items. There's a magical projectile effect that can trigger additional interactions on impact, so we can expand beyond the era of magic dusts and such to handle spell-like effects. Magical projectiles have their own layered palletized animations, and their impact effects do as well. This includes special palettes for divine metals and fabrics, which can also be used for sphere-linked colorization generally. This will see continued work in this direction. We no longer are doing the big multi-year releases. We are going, that's more like one big release a year, I guess. We were going to do an especially long one for Magic before Steam, as many of you know, so there's more picking and choosing about what this first Magic release is going to mean. We're focusing on Fort Wizards, of course, and temples and attacks, and a bit with the underground and ruins. The next big thing to do is expand the new activity definitions to encompass multi-stage rituals for multiple participants, to be conducted in temples or around magical work areas, code-wise. These have the most in common with tavern dances. We are already using smaller single-move versions for these spell casting that don't create actual in-game activities. Any of the Resident Evil games? I played kind of a lot of Resident Evil 5 on my friend's Xbox when it was new. And I played a bit of Resident Evil 4 on an emulator. So no, not really. I've watched speedruns of most of them, though. It's just not a franchise that ever really interested me much. I've seen all of the movies. Well, actually, that's not true. I haven't seen all of the movies. I've seen a large majority of the really bad movies. Just as, like, so bad it's good drinking game kind of movie. But, that's not really the games, though. Projectile polymorph would be fun Funny you miss and transform a friendly dwarf and transform a goblin into a minotaur. You know what would be really funny is if polymorph is a spell, which it kind of already is. I mean, the polymorph exists in other formats in Dwarf Fortress already. If polymorph is a spell that can be learned by, wizards and dwarves and the like, wouldn't it be genuinely incredible if a dwarf was like, I cast polymorph, and then casted polymorph at a goblin that was invading, but it turned them into a hamster, just a normal ass hamster, which is vermin, which is untargetable, thus making it immortal and invincible? I'm just saying, wouldn't that be amazing? And then they just leave the map. You would be stupefied? I would laugh pretty hard, actually. Or like, okay, so casts polymorph, turns into slug. Slug then gets picked up by dwarf and put into animal cage as part of the kennels, and then turns back into goblin and is now stuck in cage that can't be removed from. I don't, because it makes me terrified for the poor developers having to work on this video game, LPP, because it's just like, no matter what you do, there's like 5 different ways to fuck it up. Speaking of ways to fuck it up, when I come back from that short trip that I'm going on, because I'm going away for a couple of days, when I come back, I will officially be temporarily working for KitFox. So right now is kind of the last time I could really actually speculate about any of this. Because, like, as of the 20th, I will be doing some temp work for KitFox, which means I won't be able to speculate anymore because I will know. So if I become very cagey and go, obviously it's true. Obviously you nailed it. That's exactly what it is. Also, please don't hurt me. It's going to be painful. I have no idea what's on the radar. All we know what's on the radar is what Tarn has said. Like, he's talked about effects and rituals. Don't know what they're going to do. I mean, next update is adding horse armor, Tanner. Please discuss. Turns a goblin into a cat, and then a cat into a goblin, and proceeds to adopt the dwarf while they're a cat. And then they turn back into the goblin, and they're still adopted by the dwarf, and then the dwarf then cries when their pet gets killed. I can't wait. It's gonna be fun. I love the idea that somebody made up in chat, which is like a shrink spell, which, would like make dwarves like 1/10 of the size of a dwarf, so that they're very easy to kill, but also would just turn a giant into a normal human. It's like, is a giant now, is a normal human. Which is terrifying because he's French. I was like, oh, baguette. Sort of JoJo-esque. Literally nothing would change. Really. The magic is probably going to be some part random and some part... I have a feeling it's going to be more hard... Like, I can still speculate, right? So I have a feeling it's going to be more hard-coded in this release than it will be in a few years. Like, right now, the only instance of magic existing is in adventure mode, and it's with the primordial items, which are entirely hard-coded, right? I have a feeling it's going to be a mix of hard-coded and not. So there will probably be different variations based on what god it's related to. If it's all god related, that is an assumption that I have. And so like the effects or color or look or like maybe it's a healing thing, maybe it's a death bray thing, maybe it's a more offensive spell if it's the god of murder, maybe it's a more defensive spell if it's the god of nature, stuff like that I would expect. But beyond that, like, gosh, who knows? It could be just about anything. Meanwhile, next week I'm just gonna be like, I don't know, maybe. Although, you know what would be really funny is I'm like hedging my bets saying like I might know stuff. There's, you know what the alternative reality of this is? Is like Kit Fox lets me into their Slack and I get to look at their chat channels and figure out what's going on. And there's like no information because Tarn just hasn't said anything yet. That's like just as likely, if not more likely in some funny, hysterical way. So I won't be able to say anything, but also like literally know nothing. In under 5 years, 191. Why 191 specifically, Beagle Beagle? Did you fall? Very much so. With the tactical map, wide Dragonfire. I mean, I had this like dream. So when when the primordial items were added for adventure mode, right? And we discovered that they had spells attached. There was a bug in that first version of the game where kobolds kept stealing them all. I really wish they embraced that and kept it in, because I love the mental image of just like a kobold with like a stunning ray that just makes you keel over in instant agony and get paralyzed from the waist down, running into the fortress and temporarily stunning and making everybody wince in pain the entire fort, and then running out the back door with like an artifact amulet is just an incredible mental image, as frustrating as it would be. And I really, really wish that that was a thing that could happen, but Tarn patched it like almost immediately, and now I'm still sad. Still sad about that one. They should let the kobolds steal the magic death wand. Like, you know, if the kobold's able to get away with the tactical nuke, they should be allowed to have it, okay? And utilize it to its fullest potential. It's our mistake for like making them so accessible and putting them everywhere, you know? Like, you know, if you don't want the kobolds to have the murder ray, you should go get all the murder rays. Also, that's something that I would think is hysterical the first time it happens, and then after that, I would be really frustrated with it and be like, Tarn, please fix. So yeah, you know, it's a good thing that they didn't leave it. But at the same time, what if? You know? Vaughn Galactic, thank you much for the raid. What's up, Vaughn and Raiders? How Vaughn you doing on this fine day? What's up, Shifty Head? Hey, Chad, if you're in the chat, could I get a round of beers for the Raiders, please and thanks? Consider pouring out a round of shots, and first round's on me, but after that you have to type them in yourself, chat. It's self-serve up in here, generally. But how was the stream? How was the fort? I have a family. By family, I mean a squad of were-kangaroos. They all got turned, and then one of them got out, so I killed it. But they live there. It's fine. The rest of the fort's kind of cool. I'm quite happy with this. Everybody's sleeping in this dormitory. I do actually have another one. The other one is up here. But most of the dwarves are sleeping in the dormitories. They don't leave them. I'm not farming at all. So all of the food is coming from livestock. And the rest of the food is coming from... Well, I don't actually have any up here right now. But just a big old gather zone. As you can see, we've got a whole lot of step ladders. So the dwarves are always saying, what are you doing, step ladder? But up here in the trees, yes, there's a bit of dinosaur corpse, which I could get rid of, but the dwarves don't seem to care. The dwarves run up here into the forests, and they gather all of the fruit twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year. But no, we've got these dudes. They're pretty friendly. They do take a little bit to grow up. They're not like a lot of the new creatures where they grow up really quickly. Like, I think they take 10 years, I would guess, based on how long some of them have been around to get to full size. Down here, I got these guys. This is just a one fur, but I do have a few of these little hatchlings, which are adorables. And down in here is kind of the lower level. This ended up looking like a weird pig thing, but it's just a bunch of tombs. And the surface of the fort over here is where the fort was originally, because I started without any mining equipment. So I actually, over here is my original expedition leader and an engraving of them and their corpse. And then my expedition leader became the god of pebbles, who is Pebble. And Pebble, aside from her dapper crown, it has a lover who's unfortunately one of the were kangaroos. So he's got legs for days, and she's not seeing him very often. It's fine, though. She doesn't care because she doesn't care about romance. She does want to raise a family, but, like, doesn't actually care about him or feel any love for him. So it's kind of a sad history that they have. It is what it is, though. You never knew your real ladder? Yeah, not everybody's so lucky to know your real ladder. And some people don't even want to know their real ladder. You know, sometimes they're completely devoid of any emotional attachment to the history of the ladder that helped them climb onto this planet. Where am I going with this? Anyway, how's your fort going? How's things? What have you folks been building? Speaking of building, if any of you, Vaughn and friends, I'm going to say this very cautiously because I might be inviting something dangerous into my midst, but there is currently not one but two, sort of 2.5 different Dwarf Fortress multiplayer mods in existence. Any of you messed with that stuff? Have you looked into it? These are new ones, not old ones. Allowing for, like, co-op and fort mode. I might need to bite my tongue and install one of those at some point. No, you're a temple, not a guild hall. Where are you? There you are. The god of jewels. Gems. I've told they're outrageous. Truly, truly outrageous. That's a lot of marble tables. You don't have any mods installed? DFHack isn't technically a mod. It's a RAM editor, so it's kind of like using cheat engine. It's not really a mod, but I hear what you're saying. You don't know how they work? As I understand it, it's... Okay, so one of them is like fucked up and crazy and nuts for insane people, which is the Archipelago, which lets you like simultaneously have random shit appear in your map. I probably won't try that one. The other two, though, are basically just let multiple people play on the same map simultaneously. You know, the only way that you'd be able to do that is almost in like a play-by... You know, I wonder if someone... Okay, I'm going to bullshit about stuff that doesn't exist for a second here. What if there was a mod that, like, basically enabled play-by email? So all of your seasonal saves would be stuck in, like, a holding cell in a cloud somewhere. And you and 4 friends, just numbers, are all playing separate fortresses in that world. And as the saves roll over, they sync, and you get the history in your legends from your friends' forts. I wonder if that, aside from being extremely fucking complicated, could be possible. You know, like an asynchronous multiplayer almost? I wonder. I doubt it, but I wonder. Needs some fucking mad lads to make that. That'd be neat. It'd be especially neat if you could, like, send a messenger on a certain date. Interaction wouldn't work well, though? Not at all. No, it's super duper wouldn't. Although I've said this before, I would be kind of super into like a PvP arena mode. Because in arena mode, you can, you just, it's like the object testing arena, basically. You just spawn in creature, and then you can make it part of one team, another team, or an independent, and you can take over them while it's playing and play the adventure mode combat. It would be kind of neat to be able to... Need more barrels. It would be kind of neat to be able to play arena mode against other people. That would be kind of neat. As VGA planets? I mean, I played actual chess games with my cousins on the other side of the planet via letter mail. Dwarven Tory Bash. I've never played Tory Bash. I know I also saw somebody say that, like, it would be kind of neat if you could, like, obviously adventure mode would need to be more developed for this to be interesting, really. But it would be kind of neat to have, like, a passive co-op in adventure mode where you and a friend are just, like, vibing, chatting, and then when combat starts, they can control other party members. Which would make it even slower than, like, controlling other party members already is, but that would be kind of nifty. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see that, but it would be cool, wouldn't it, yours? I mean, the actual cool thing would be allowing your friends to run around as adventure mode characters in your fortress while you're playing fortress mode, but, like, again, pipe dream. I just need wooden barrels. Got tons of wood, so that's fine. Can recognize priesthood. We're gonna do Merkel's, who's now a religious leader of this, of the Temple of Jewels. I mean, honestly, like, this is the thing that I actually want, Arkonomi. I just want a much easier way to share save files with friends. Like, if there was a way to just, like, load up the new menu of, like, the main menu of Dwarf Fortress, like, you know, the start new game in existing world. If there was just another button that said Succession Fortress, and maybe they could go through, like, Steam friends lists, per se. And you click that button, and you invite your friends through the Steam friends list to the Succession Fortress. And then when player 1 is done their game, then player 2 has a button that says Succession ready or something, or next turn. You click that, and then you get your fort. You just have the save, you play it, and then you pass it on to the next player. Maybe it could be like another button next to, like, retire, so you know you can abandon, retire, blah blah blah. Maybe there's one that's like send to the next succession, and then it sends it to the next player, and then they get a ping, and then they play. Like, that's what I actually want. Whether by, like, official means or third party means, like, that is, like, when it comes to multiplayer Dwarf Fortress, that is my dream. Is just like, one, just fucking let us put world saves on the Steam Workshop as long as they're under, it's like, what, 5 gigs or something. Like, there's like a maximum size for the Steam Workshop. Just let us do that. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is just like, give just that. What, you didn't expect me to be a Chaos Wizard? I've wish casted several things into Dwarf Fortress before, I'll have you know. Do I plan on continuing the stream? A little bit, yeah. I'm not planning on going super long today, though. But it depends on when the vibe hits. Basically, when I start to get hungry and want to go make lunch, it's like 3 p.m., so not too much longer. Oh, I was gonna pen pasture some animals, that's what I was doing. Because I've got a bunch of random animals that need to go away. Time zones do work like that. Beagle Weagle. That doesn't sound that complicated. It really isn't. And in a world where like that, or just like, you know, put a button on the main menu that just says upload save, that just kicks it over to the Steam Workshop, and then a button that says download world or something, and it could just have tabs, one for just like all, so all of them on the Steam Workshop, one that just is like friends, and then just download Bobby's when Bobby is done Bobby's turn. That's all I actually like. That would like satisfy most of that desire for me. But I don't know. I think it would be fun to try a like cooperative all-on-one map like Dwarf Fortress just for the novelty of it. Like, I doubt that it's something I would do regularly, but I would absolutely try it once it's like, you know, widely playable. Like, I'm down. That's basically what I'm trying to say, I guess. So that'll happen at some point. It's just a matter of it being playable. That's fucking awesome. Alex Perko. I mean, like, there is, like, fan-built methods to take advantage of, like, sharing save files for Dwarf Fortress, but it's all, like, it's the Dwarf Fortress File Depot, which is, like, realistically a website from, like, you know, 2006. Monasteries on the edge. You know, actually, that's not a bad point. It's not all that vertical, but it's just in a giant river. I'm glad you like it, though, Pew. And then this is the old base that I haven't fully deconstructed yet. And we've got olive oil and olive oil soap, which I'm sure smells better than the tallow soap. It's called a major river. They're pretty rare, unless you're specifically trying to seek them out. Most worlds have one or two of them. They're usually on heavy aquifers, which is weird because this one doesn't have a heavy aquifer. There's something that you kind of need to go out of your way to look for. Is olive oil not scented? Pewflu? That would be cool if you could put like amaranth or like lavender or something into your soap. That'd be kind of awesome, but... like Italians making breadsticks. We just need some rosemary. And we'll be most of the way there, Troubled. Made burgers? Ooh. I wonder what I can extract from plants. What does it need? Needs run, rotten, extract the handling item. Specify plant. Oh, I don't have cobalt bulb, duh. Can I... Is it up? It's up top here, isn't it? Valley herb. Don't think I have any valley herb. Processed sweet pods potentially, but I don't have any of them. Just trying to look for other things that I don't normally do. Because, like, this is something I've got that I don't normally do. Which, actually, I just need more jugs. It does, in fact, make syrup. But I'm not doing any farming, so I'm actually pretty limited. I think I need additional food storage back here. I'm seeing stuff getting full. I'm also going to need to sell off my meals again when traders arrive. You wish you could grow trees? That's very elfy of you. Why is that? I do think that it would be ridiculously OP in some ways. I actually kind of wish the trees grew slower. Something that really bothers me is the trees are very uniform before you end up on a map, but once a Dwarven Fortress embarks on a map, the tree growth just like accelerates like crazy, and it becomes super dense, and that actually kind of bothers me. I wish it didn't do that. It's not. You'll be fine. Road to Men. Just watch like the basic getting started guide tutorial that I have, and you'll be okay. It's like picking up a bicycle if you've played it before. We need some encouragement to help getting Road to Man back into Dwarf Fortress, who says, I want to get back into playing Dwarf Fortress, but I'm scared it's too complicated for me now. I think you can do it. Have some faith. Also, the chat just shifted, and I just see, I made a burger followed by beware its deadly spittle. There's something very funny about that to me. I'm sure your burger doesn't spit. Have you ever, like, bit into a burger and then been covered in, like, acid-level hot grease? Because that's just kind of what I'm imagining. That's what I'm envisioning, and it's kind of funny to me. Although if your burger is still spitting, maybe you didn't kill it well enough. Should go give your butcher a talking to. Evil burger? Yeah, they call that In-N-Out. The one time I had In-N-Out, I got very badly burnt on the fries. Not actually the burger, but... Okay, maybe not badly burnt, but like bad enough that it hurt for a while. Burnt my fingers and my tongue. Tall burgers are ass. You don't have snake jaws. I mean, tall burgers are like marketing. It's Instagram fodder. There's not enough patty to burn you? All right, sure. I mean, it's not the quantity that matters. I thought you were going to be like, if you said, like, you can't get burned by a McDonald's burger because, like, it's been sitting for 2 hours, only being kept, like, slightly above room temperature because nobody's maintained or cleaned or taken proper care of the warming cabinet, that I would agree with. But trust me, you can get burnt on McDonald's food. Even though I haven't had McDonald's food since 2018, so maybe they shrunk them more, but... It cools super fast. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Also, if you live in Canada, McDonald's only... And everything that's smaller than a quarter pounder isn't legally a burger because there isn't enough burger stuff in the burger to call it a burger. It's a sandwich. It's just like the time that, like, Subway got in trouble for not having... It's like, our bread is now made with 100% real bread. It's now, like, 100% real bread. It's like, wait, what was it before? It's like that kind of thing. Yeah, but you don't want to eat it, Charbold. I mean, poutine is literally fat, dairy, so fat, more fat, and carbs. Like, what's not to love? I eat maybe a poutine a year. And, you know, it's always a nice little treat once in a while. Not something I go out of my way to eat ever, but it's not, if that's all it was, then I wouldn't be bothered by Subway's bread, but so wait, hold up. New shaver in YouTube chat says, I don't know if this is true or not. I thought Subway bread had too much sugar, so they had to be labeled as a cookie. What? Okay, that's news to me. No, I always heard it was just like binders and fillers, like chemicals, which was used for the same, like cake, I believe. Like it was using the same stuff that they used to hold like margarine together, which is also used in yoga mats, was the thing I remember reading ages ago. Anyways, it was Ireland that classified it as a cake. That is really fucking funny. If that's true, like, that's incredible. You know what? Actually, the easier way to do this would just be to expand this stockpile. Yeah, I mean, like, it's always hard for me to, like, point at fast food stuff, especially, and be like, well, we don't do that in Canada because, like, sometimes you can confirm that we don't do that, and sometimes it's, like, a little bit ambiguous, but I can tell you for a fact that having, like, I am pretty anti-fast food these days. I basically don't eat fast food. Like, I will order a pizza occasionally, and the pizza I order is from a local chain that, like, you know, it's not good healthy food, but it's good pizza, and I don't even eat that very often. So like, because of that, like I'm pretty out of touch when it comes to actual fast food. But when I did used to eat more fast food, the difference between Canadian fast food and fast food in the US was always pretty dramatic. I think like the last time I had fast food actually was when I was in Montreal, because we ate Tim Hortons for breakfast every day. As a confectioner. See, that I believe. Kind of like the pizza is a salad thing from 2014. Right. No, pizza is a vegetable. It was what it was, I think. Pizza's a salad. It's almost funnier, though. I don't know. I bake my own bread, so... Honestly, it was fine. Yeah, it was fine. I was pretty done with it by the last day, but I don't love Timmy's, but it's you could do worse. I really like the look of this. I think that's very satisfying looking. The Terrible Creed. Creed is pretty terrible. With like a temple and a priest. Arms wide open, I suppose. Oh, that's funny. The Terrible Creed. That's so silly. Isn't Creed a band? Creed is a singer and songwriter, a live performance artist with touring musicians, and sometimes a backing track depending on how much money he's made off of his memes recently. And performing preacher of the gospel. Also very fun and easy to make fun of because he's literally a walking meme. Because who doesn't like kind of chuckle when they hear "You can take me"? Yes. Creed is pretty bad. You know, people, okay, I'll put it this way. This might hit for some, and might miss for others. I think Nickelback is pretty fucking terrible. I would rather listen to Nickelback. Like, when it comes to, like, crappy divorced dad rock, I would rather listen to Nickelback. If I had the option between, like, Breaking Benjamin or Creed, I would take Breaking Benjamin. If I had the option between Seether or Creed, unless we're just talking, like, memes, I would listen to Seether. If somebody tells me you have to listen to one song by either Creed or Skillet per day for the rest of my life, I would have to think about it, but I would probably go with Skillet. See, I actually like 3 Days Grace, so I'm not going to pretend that they're like some high art or something, but I do actually like 3 Days Grace. Another one? Holy fucking temples, Batman. Probably. But so's Daughtry, ice hockey player. I don't even know who that is. In regards to the last one that ice hockey player put into chat. Amita? I don't even know. Clearly outside of my realm of expertises. I don't hate Tool. I don't really consider myself a fan of Tool. That's how I said it. Ice hockey player. I still don't know who that is. Like, spelling it phonetically is not going to be like, yeah, I know who that is. Lead altar. Let's just make 4 of those. I don't know why. Because of their antibodies? I feel like somebody said that joke in the chat yesterday. Also, when it comes to Creed, there's this meme that I really like that I've seen a couple times, which is if you watch a Creed music video on YouTube, in my experience, the highest upvoted comment is almost always, "This wasn't recommended to you. You didn't stumble upon this. You didn't just discover this. You searched for this. You did this." And every time I see that comment, I chuckle to myself a little bit because, yeah, it's true. I'm willingly subjecting myself to this trash so I can laugh at it. Probably the following Dwarves for 10 years videos. I've done 2 of those. I haven't really done a ton of videos on like micromanaging individual dwarves because I don't. Like, you don't need to, and it's like not really possible to in a lot of cases. Like, yeah, it can be, but like, as an example, it is literally impossible to satisfy all of these unmet needs. It's just not possible. Like, the game's not designed to make them possible. What? Oh, it's just the diplomat. That's weird. Huh. Trade sentiments are very good. Well, that's good. Let's see how many stuffs they bring. But yeah, I'm just not a micromanager, really. I mean, I think following one dwarf is probably the closest thing that I would have a video to that. At least not a micromanager in that kind of a way. Alice in Chains is fine. No complaints about Alice in Chains. To the question about Alice in Chains from a little bit ago that I missed. Let's sell some meals. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. And kerplunk. I watched about 5 minutes of one of their specials, and it was mildly amusing for a bit, and then I kind of stopped thinking about it. Cutest. It's nice that Alex Jones isn't running InfoWars. I don't really know what else to say. That's like kind of all that really matters to me, is that InfoWars no longer really exists in its old format. Outside of that, I don't really care. I mean, I read The Onion from time to time. I don't actively go out of my way to read The Onion, really. You're a potter, so you probably want a kiln? It's gonna be interesting. I don't know. I don't really have any thoughts. Or, like, particularly deep thoughts, if that's what you're looking for. It's, like, kind of funny, but that's about it. Because you have to go into your settings and go to announcements and enable them. Yeah, Tim Hedecker's funny, but, like, I don't super closely follow his work outside of The Onion, really. And, like, I don't really go to The Onion for talking head commentary, you know? And, like, he does a really good Alex Jones impression, which is very funny for a couple of minutes. And then I realized that, like, even Alex Jones in his inane ramblings can be amusing once in a while. I don't even want to, like, see somebody pretend to be Alex Jones. It just kind of aggravates me to a point. And it's a funny reoccurring bit, but how do you feel about it, cutest? Woke politics? Trans rights. Free Palestine. A caravan from Kashmir has arrived. Your status as a minor land has attracted a bit more trade than usual. However, overall trade sentiments are tenuous. They're not super happy with us. Leave it to the YouTube chat for someone to be like, oh no, he's woke. Oh no. Nobody's surprised. No fucking shit, I'm woke, you doofus. Do you know what video game you're watching? Christ. Also, like, I always like to point out to people, I live in one of, like, the leftiest cities in Canada. So, I did intentionally move here. You're looking at videos of cute owls? That sounds lovely. What's your favorite format of cute owl? The last owl I saw was actively shredding a rat, which was just kind of distressing, but also it was a cute little barred owl. So I chilled out for a little bit and watched it be an owl. before walking home. Greetings, there's Noble Dwarf. There's much to discuss. Probably bringing me information about the local regions. This is the other faction, which I'm actually going to ask for anvils, because I could use some more. They want bars and powder. All right. Owls are all eyeballs and legs and no real brain, but yeah. I love how Captain Hackob in the YouTube chat said two things. I mostly listen, ear emoji. Are you a talker, or should I just watch some videos of yours? Followed by woke politics, ugh, upset face emoji, or orgasm emoji, depending on who you are. I think it's orgasm emoji, because I also get off when I hear people being intelligent. It's how you survive in the world. You need like-minded individuals who have, like, some basic sense of brains. I'm gonna buy some fire clay because I'm not actually sure if that dwarf's gonna need it or not. The small geckos, etc. The cats in the fortress kill. Can they be cooked? Nope, they're just trash. Enjoy your art stream, Charbold. Buy that paper. Ooh, sandstone. We'll get that. Why not? Offers gift. Patrick Stonecrusher in the YouTube chat says, mental image of owl playing an 80s metal riff on a rat corpse. Have you ever heard of the band, although it's hard to really call them a band, Hatebeak? There's a metal vocalist who had a pet parrot, and they put out 2 songs because the parrot would like mimic his screaming. And so they like recorded the parrot like wailing while they were rehearsing and then just like riffed underneath it. It's barely listenable. And I say that as somebody who likes some really hard to listen to music, but it's kind of incredible. It's okay. They've already been yapped out of town and suited. What do rented rooms do? Literally, it gives visitors who are temporary residents a space to sleep, but that's it. Is anybody else weirded out by the fact that other dwarves don't sell you sweet pods or cave wheat and just plump helmets? Or is it just me that's distressed by this? What? Maybe you're looking for a boyer's shop. Feel seeing people drink their fermented cousins? I mean, probably pretty bad. There you go. That's what you were looking for. My tavern is not public. And yes, Pew flew. No, you cannot. Beagle Weagle. There's several mods that let you do that. I have to permit like verification on accounts for like it's just email verification. Like you just need to like confirm an email address. It's just to like filter out most of the bots, because otherwise you get kind of a lot of them. But congratulations on verifying your account. And is Dorgor what happens when your toe gets stuck in a door and it breaks your nail? Painful, if you will. It's not something you actually need to do to use Twitch on a lot of channels, Stone. I thought that was a door jam. Well, a door jam is a specific part of a door, I think. You make your taverns public. I stopped doing that around the time version 47.05 came out because most of the visitors just became thieves that were plotting to steal your stuff. And that's also when necromancers and zombies just started like migrating to your fort, and I kind of, or not migrating, but like showing up as visitors constantly. I just kind of don't like it. That is a way to evade it, but you also don't need to give them a phone number, Cramp. You can verify it via email address. Like, that's how I did it back in the day. That's how I did it on my bots account too. But to my knowledge, like, you can literally just confirm an email address. Like, they just send you a code and then you click the button. So, like, if you subscribe to somebody's channel, which I think requires your email address to give you a receipt, like, you're not exactly getting around anything. You're just, like, choosing a different method of verification because they have your email. Okay, so you, which has a high enough value now. The Holy Pit is now the Beekeeper, because they're the pits. The Heliotrope Order is the last one that I need to make. My god. So many friggin' temples. It's like actually kind of absurd how many temples they want me to make. Congrats, Beagle Eagle, if that's what your goal was. You love the wide open floor here? It's just begging for some constructions. I probably have dye, right? Yeah, I do. Let's dye some cloth, make some olive leaf dye. There we go. It's a little bit more functional now. You just put like 2 guards on station near your artifacts, and it's the best decision you've made so far. I mean, sure, certainly, but like, it's not going to stop the thieves from showing up. And like, I guess it's because I still have memory of like what the game was like before that was all added the way it is now. And like, I still do this. I put these behind bars. I attach them to dwarves. I do all my things to defend them. But I don't want to have like things showing up in my fortress that are actively just a threat to my fortress's well-being. Like, it's just, it's not something I enjoy. Maffle, the recruit, has created Uga Thor, a pointed olive wood bow. Ew. Meaning it doesn't even have a sprite. This is a pointed olive wood bow. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned shell cabochons and encircled with bands of dog bone. This object menaces with spikes of shale, aluminum, and adventurine. On the item is an image of Erol, cheerful stockades, the dwarf and dwarves in olive wood. Erol is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Erol to the position of Baron of the Passion Anvil in the mid-spring of 253. On the item is an image of Dumed murdered syrups. The dwarf and dwarves in adventuring. Murder syrups is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of murder syrups to the position of queen in the year 61. And there's also an image of a forgotten beast in Shoral. You made some pasta? Ooh. I guess you pastaed the test. I'm just going to make it into a weapon trap. Your dwarf passed away. Oh no, that's a shame. You're telling a story. What story are you telling? The year 123. You made that up. Eris, the cross-lamentation cursed the dwarf Kivish, theater syrup, the fierce grizzle, to assume the form of a raccoon-like monster every full moon. It's definitely something they've engraved several times too. I also love how often these dwarves all get into arguments. It's a very argument-heavy faction. Yeah, it would be cool if you could make bread, but I don't think that many Dwarf Fortress players are really making flour. But whenever the dwarves are finally able to make bread, we'll have to go post it on Reddit. Anyway, speaking of Reddit, you have an undead kestrel that randomly showed up and is terrorizing your dwarves. Are you on a haunted map or just like close to necromancers? I had some random zombies show up in my last fortress, even though it wasn't a terrifying map. It was just close to some necro towers, which is kind of nifty, actually. I really like that. I really like the way the Slayer's looking. It's very compact, but like kind of awesome looking. It's just a bunch of temples. All these are temples. Where cake? Biscuit. Pew flu. Biscuit, not cake. Biscuit. That where cake. Biscuit. Anyways. You know how I said earlier I would go until I get hungry? I gotta be honest with you, chat. I'm quite hungry. You had a fort wiped out because you started right next to a necromancer tower? Yeah, that'll happen. That will happen. Chat, I think we're winding down for the day. Because I need some lunch. And I'm hungry. Would the trap shoot arrows? If there are traps available, or if there are arrows available, the dwarves will load that trap with arrows, and it'll just shoot out a bundle of arrows if something steps on it. But it'll have to be reloaded. Burger? Probably not. Definitely like some chili and some bread, because that's what I have. When was the last time I ate a burger? I ate a burger when I was in Montreal. I don't remember when I had a burger before that. But it'd probably been like 6 months. I don't know. I have like a burger like once or twice a year. I mean, it's been a very long week of stuff that people haven't necessarily seen because I've been working on things behind the scenes. I'm working on a new video project that I want to have done, ideally before this month is over. So I'm going to go eat some lunch and then do some editing work on that. As I've stated several times, there won't be any streams next week. So I will be back the following week because I would only get a stream and a half in anyway because Tuesday I would be able to stream. Wednesday I would only get half a stream in because I have to leave in the evening because I'm going on a trip, which I will be back on Sunday from. So I was thinking about maybe streaming those 2 days, but I've decided that I'm actually just going to take that time and edit. So I will be working on the next big video project, which is going to be covering Witch Raptor. So Witch Raptor is yours. We'll have to figure that out. But yeah, that's what we're working on, and that's what's in the pipeline. So if you're on the YouTube side of things, pop over here onto Twitch, and we'll go raid somebody. Otherwise, we will see you in the coming days once I've returned from my trip. Probably with a sunburn and hopefully well hydrated. So take care of yourselves, YouTube folks, and we will see you in a week.